Check. Oh, there we go. Check 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Check, check. Okay.
Morning. I just want everybody to know that we on the show. Yeah, I got it. I'm on. Jerry, you on? Talk.
I can hear you talk. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah, he can hear himself.
Yeah.
4, 3, 2, 1. Good morning. We're on the last hour of On the Mark. It'll be a different show today. You have professionals up here for a change, and the show will be really good. We're here at Southern Union in the Southern Room. The Kicker, 97.7 FM High School Football Media Days 2018. Jerry Bavaro, my buddy, on Friday nights. Here we are.
High school football back, isn't it?
I am so ready.
I'm excited. I'm excited about this. It's going to be the first year we actually have our own little media day.
That's right.
It's going to be exciting. We got all the TV, the station from Columbus here.
Yeah, and
David Plata.
we've got media here from the newsprint and from television. It's pretty interesting. And we're going to have
the last 30 minutes of it, just watching how they set up all this stuff.
Yeah, it has been interesting.
A lot of work, really.
It is a lot of work, and you folks that watch them on television at night, this is really interesting how they do that. But this is something new for the East Alabama area. We've never had a media days, and because of that, we're kind of flying on the cuff today, and next year will be a little bit different, hopefully. But this is the start of new things, and really proud to be a part of this. We have some great special guests, and hopefully we're going to be able to have Coach Dan Washburn come up here and talk with us after he had a little talk up there today. Our schedule for today is we'll have a welcome by Coach Dan Washburn here in just a few minutes, and then Chambers Academy, Lee Scott Academy, Beulah High School, Beauregard High School, Smith Station. All of these are high schools. I don't know why I'm saying high school like these ones. Lynette University, Lochapoka, Auburn, and Glenwood. The format today is that we'll have a head coach come up and talk for a minute, and then he'll introduce his players. Not sure if the players will talk first or if the media will ask questions, but Jerry, we also have an opportunity to ask questions, and we're about to go live with D. Mark Mitchell taking the podium right now. So back to the amateurs from the professionals.
Coach Washburn, let me tell you a little bit about Coach Washburn before he comes up here. Coach Washburn is from Lynette, Alabama when he started his career, but he was in coaching for 21 years. He was in administration for 24 years. Retired after 45 years of education. Coach Washburn spent 17 years as the executive director of the Alabama High School Athletic Association. Coach is a member of the Alabama High School Athletic Association Hall of Fame. He's a member of the Alabama Sports Foundation Hall of Fame. and he's also a member of the National Federation High School Hall of Fame. Coach Washburn has served as the president of the National High School Federation, a board member. He's had it all. He's had an incredible career. I think one of the things that I think when I think of Coach Washburn is I think of a class gentleman, number one. I think of a winner in a class act, like I said, but I also think of a man that took the association outside the box and took it to a place that a lot, quite frankly, wasn't sure about. And he was not scared to take a chance. And that chance was the beginning of a championship venue. Super 7 was one of the originals. Coach Washburn took a chance. And the Final Four at that time, but Coach Washburn just didn't want the Final Four with the boys. He said, no, we're going to take the girls there if we're going to do it. So he was responsible for having one site for all our sports going to that direction. So you can see the vision, and today you see where our venues are today with the AHSAA. Coach Washburn resides here in Opelika, Alabama. He is married to his lovely wife, Miss Charlene, who almost 60 years. This October they'll be married. He has 3 sons, 8 grandchildren, 2 grandchildren. And with no further ado, I bring Coach Dan Washburn to the microphone. Thank you, Coach.
I'm gonna put my daughter in there too. I got a daughter between those 2 boys. So we better include her. She might hear this. I do have 3 children and 8 grandchildren and 2 great-grandchildren. That puts me on up there. This white hair is not there for just looks. It's got some years behind it. Mark talked about going way back to coaching a long time ago. I did coach at Valley High School in 1962. Now, I take you back a little bit to a different era when we talk about 1962, and really if you talk about 2000, it's a different era because rules are changing quickly. The rules in the National Football League, the collegiate NC2A are changing their rules. High school is tremendous rule changes geared towards safety of the individual, geared towards safety of the player, and I applaud it. I applaud the rules. I could not go back and coach the same way we did in 1962. Doug Lockridge at Valley High School, my mentor for 5 years there. There were 3 of us on the field, and it was tough. 2.5, 3-hour practices, 2-a-days early in the fall. You don't hear the 2-a-days. Now, if you do, it's 1 here, and then you skip a day and do it again a day and a half later. You don't have the 2-a-days anymore, which is good. We'd go at 6 o'clock in the morning, bring them in, sometimes bring them back in at lunch for a meeting, and then 5 o'clock in the afternoon, practice again for 2.5 hours. And that lasted for about a week before the preparation for the first game really got underway, a couple of weeks before the first game. But indeed, going there, leaving Valley in 1967, I went to Lynette High School and coached there for 15 years. 1 year there, I went to Prattville High School in 73 and came back to Lynette the next year with the intent on getting in administration, which I did. I was superintendent of education at Lynette for the last 7 years at Lynette, and before going to Montgomery to work with Mr. Herman L. Bubba Scott. If you've not heard of Mr. Bubba Scott, he was indeed a gentleman with great character, and just taught me so much about administration at the highest level in high school sports in the state of Alabama. You know, Mark talked about us taking the sports in the beginning, 1994. I went there in 1990. In 1994, we had a vision about basketball to start with. I talked with the president of Coca-Cola, who I knew real well in Birmingham, and I said, I need a sponsor. I need 4 big sponsors. I need 4 $50,000 sponsors to underwrite the basketball tournament in Birmingham. I said, now don't just include the tournament in Birmingham. It goes back to the regional tournaments out in the state, which are going to be as big as almost a state tournament. He said one thing, and I knew him well. I played with him at the University of Chattanooga. He said, I'll agree to that, and I'll go to bat for you if we bring the girls too. I said, absolutely. You know, that was the big chance. We could have done it with the boys and it would have been accepted, but I'll tell you a little story about walking out of the Sheraton Hotel on a Tuesday morning when we began a tournament. The first game was with the girls, and then you alternated girls and boys, girls and boys. That way you had a split ticket during the day, and you kept a crowd there for the girls also in the beginning. But my little wife had some opinions of her own, and she didn't mind talking to people. We were walking on the sidewalk going from the Sheraton to the Birmingham Jefferson Civic Center, and two old gentlemen walked beside us, and she said, "Hey, how y'all like this new format?" One of them turned to us, "I don't like it worth a damn." I said, "I don't care if I'm seeing girls play." I said, you know, that was the attitude. But I promise you, that first year, when you saw a group of girls come from North Alabama, and folks, for a long time in South Alabama, we didn't know what really girls basketball was. But you look at those girls play in North Alabama, some of them fund their program with girls basketball. And it was fantastic. They came in there, they knew how to play. They weren't slow, they had the fast breakdown, they were coached well. That's what we didn't do in South Alabama. We'd take a high school science teacher and say, "Hey, you got to coach girls basketball." Never played basketball, but that's what we did for so many years. Now, people are hiring basketball coaches to coach the girls as well as the boys. So important, just like safety is so important in all sports. We did put all of those sports. That was the first, basketball. 96, we put the football. We were playing one game. The 6A played in the championship game already in Birmingham at Legion Field. We brought together with the help of a lot of people. I had a lot of help, folks. I didn't do nothing by myself, I promise you that. Had a lot of help out of a lot of big-time players. And they got in behind us, and we put that football together with a marketing group in Birmingham, made it happen at Legion Field, the only place in the state really we could play it that had the dressing rooms. We had to have 4 dressing rooms and to get them out on time, that sort of thing. We put it there. Next came the volleyball, the wrestling in Pelham, and it ballooned from there and went all over the state. And I would say in the United States, we are the one state that does exactly what we do with both girls and boys in basketball and all sports. Steve Savarese, who you'll hear tomorrow, has really taken the ball and run with it and taken it to the next level. Taking the championships from Birmingham, which it outlived it in Birmingham. All of you know that. Legion Field is a dinosaur, and it got to be that, and got to a point where we needed to move. Steve and the Central Border Control moved those games shortly after he came on board in 2007 when I retired, and moved it to Alabama and Auburn alternate. Mark Mitchell and the group here in Opelika, Auburn area made it happen here. Folks over in Tuscaloosa made it happen there, and you always do well if you get a little competition going between Alabama and Auburn, because one's going to outdo the other in whatever they do. Now they make it happen for the high school kids when they come on campus, because they want to show their best, put their best foot forward, and they do a great job with that. Folks, football is almost here. What an exciting time of year. I heard Eddie talking about a while ago, he was ready. Talking to Jerry Vivaro, and they're ready to get in that booth and get things going. People that don't work on the sideline, people that sit in the stands. If we ever lose sight of high school athletics and what it does for our total educational program, Steve will talk to you tomorrow about educational-based athletics in the state of Alabama. That's what we've always stood for. That's what Bubba Scott stood for. That's what Cliff Harper stood for before him. There's actually been 4 executive directors in the state of Alabama so far, Steve being the 4th. But he'll talk to you about educational-based athletics. It's all about being a part of the total education program. But when we lose sight of how exciting football is for these young men, and 4 of them just walked, 3 of them just walked in over here, how exciting it is for them and what they look for and what lesson what life lessons they learn in playing the sport. We ever lose sight of that and lose sight of what the total body of work is. You know, winning games and winning championships is very important. But that's not the most important thing, folks. The most important thing is what these coaches do and relationships they build with young men, as well as their assistant coaches, and as well as parents and people in the community. It's the last bastion of real discipline we've got in our school system. The fact that coaches discipline and coach those kids, they show up on Friday night and they're ready to play in a game, and it's just amazing, folks. If I'm out in the state of Alabama somewhere traveling, when I was working, if I was traveling on Friday, I looked for the lights. It got dark, I looked for the lights on Friday night because I'm going to see me a high school football game somewhere. And that's what you ought to do. You ought to encourage those folks to say, what do you want to go to those games for? Why don't you want to go? What a place to the camaraderie around the people in the stands. It's just a gathering place, community atmosphere. I love to go to a place where I still see the kids playing on a bank over here or playing a game of touch football down in the end zone. Security has got to be there, but it's not in those places. It's not that important as it is in some places. Folks, I have had opportunities in my career and in my life that others will never have. I coached for 21 years, built tremendous relationships. Those 21 years were the happiest days of my life. I thought I wanted to get in administration for the money, but I really missed that coaching. I miss coaching terribly. And I still miss the relationships. I still meet with my players on every third Thursday. I invite anybody to come to the Cracker Barrel on the third Thursday morning at 8 o'clock. There's 8 or 10 or 15 or sometimes 20 players that I coached gather around the table in the back of Cracker Barrel on the third Thursday of each month, and we talk about it. We talk about how they are. We talk about their families and what great parents they've become and what successes they've become. That's what these coaches look forward to and have the opportunity to do, is really make a difference in each of those players' lives. They work tremendously hard in doing that and to winning games, but passing on those characteristics that are learned on a daily basis. Doing things right, showing up on time, little things, not jumping offside. Those coaches that take care of those little bitty things, you listen to Nick Saban talk, Gus Malzahn. You listen to them talk on these talk shows. They talk about doing the little things. They get the little things right over and over and over again. The big picture is going to fall in place. And the big picture to them and to the good coaches of what kind of parents those kids are going to be and what kind of lives are they going to lead the rest of the way. They're teaching them those valuable characteristics. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been a pleasure for me to come and speak to you just a few minutes. I don't know whether it's proper protocol or not, but I'll answer any questions if you're going to ask it about what it was back in the old days, because it was the old days. Folks, folks say, well, how old are you? I'm 78 years old, and I'm glad to be kicking. I tell you, it's been a great career. The years I spent coaching were great, and administration were great. The relationships, it's all about building relationships with people, getting to know people and building those relationships and doing what's right. Any questions? Thank you so much. Oh, you got one?
Yeah, Coach, I wanted to get you to talk about, if you would, the change of, over time the legislators in Alabama seem to be wanting to get involved a little bit with the association. We've seen the Tim, quote unquote, the Tim Tebow bill. Can you comment on that, Coach?
Yeah, I'll comment on it, but you might want to ask that same question tomorrow to Steve Savarese. He can tell you firsthand about it. What Mark asked was the involvement of the Alabama state legislature in getting involved. What happens, folks, is a constituent. I tell you, I don't want to get political, but I had a friend in the legislation. I had 4 or 5 of them when I was there. Gerald Dow was my buddy. He got involved one time with a no pass, no play, and I said, Gerald, we'll change that if you'll let me write the rules. And he said, write it and let's get it done. I wrote the rule like it is now, just like it is now. What the academic rule says that a child has to pass to to be eligible to play. It actually turned out better than it already was. Gerald didn't realize that, but he thought he had a change and he had satisfied everybody. We went to the state board with it, went to the Dr. Wayne Teague, and he said he signed off on it. I believe Joe Morton was there then, but he signed off on it and we did it. But what happens is so many times a legislator, the representative or senator in the state of Alabama, some constituent out there gets a child, and Steve does this daily. He writes letters and said that child's ineligible. A bona fide move has not been made. They've actually hired 3 investigators to investigate recruiting in high school because it's being talked about so much. But so many times this legislature's constituent will come and say, I want my child eligible. This legislature sometimes will go and try to pass a state law that'll supersede the Alabama High School Athletic Association rule. And so many times this is just so unnecessary. So much money is spent on litigation defending the rules. The schools make the rules. Steve will tell you, 415 or so senior high schools make those rules. Their legislative process, they bring in 35 individuals from all across the state, each of 8 districts. This is the 4th district here. They bring in those individuals and they go to the table and they look at proposals schools make to change rules or to pass a rule, and they'll vote according to how their district. So the rules are made by the schools. So many times when that happened, I'd tell Gerald, I said, well, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to go get all those principals in that district and all those assistant principals and all the teachers I can get, and I'm going to bring them to the State House. Now, y'all make room for us because we're coming. He'd say, don't do that, don't do that. Let me talk. I don't think that's going to come out of committee. And that's how that was handled so many times. But indeed, it becomes a problem. Steve Savarese gets credit for mandating and dictating what will happen. He does not do it. The schools make the rules. He simply enforces the rules and enforces them properly. But that's something that you got to deal with on a daily basis. So many times you go to court to defend an eligibility rule. He's had to do that lately. Right now he's under a rule, under a court order. Well, I'm not going to talk about that. St. Paul's has sued the member school has sued the association. Van? Oh.
Thank you, Coach.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Coach Dan Washburn, ladies and
Thank
gentlemen.
y'all.
We'll be a quick break. We'll come back. Chambers Academy will be due up next.
high school football media days, and really excited to have this group here with us today. This coach is getting ready for his 17th season as a head coach. Spent 8 years at Chambers right now, and he was previously at Glenwood, and right now coming off 3 straight title game appearances. They've been on a run, 45-16 over the past 5 seasons, so it's pretty incredible. Please welcome Coach Jason Allen and Chambers.
At the high school media days, and now we have Coach Jason Allen coming up.
Only fitting we'll be first today. Hopefully that'll be the case at the end of the season. We'd like to thank you for inviting us here and talking about Chambers Academy football. It's a mighty big thing to us up there in Lafayette. I know a lot of people don't get to Lafayette, but we're mighty proud of our football team and our community and our young men and what they've accomplished over the last several years. In fact, I just kind of want to emphasize we're probably living through, this is our 50th year at Chambers Academy, and this is by far the greatest era of Chambers Academy football in its history. Over the last 3 years, our guys are 34-5, have finished up 2 back-to-back undefeated seasons, which are the first 2 undefeated seasons in school history, and we're not looking at slowing up anytime soon. Just really excited about what our program has been doing. A lot of great things, and not only are we winning ball games, we're putting out great young men. And for me as a football coach, that's my #1 priority. Is we're going to produce great husbands, we're going to try to produce great fathers, and we're going to try to produce great citizens in this great country that love this country. And we feel like our program is putting those values first. Winning is awfully important to us, but winning the human beings, winning lives for Christ is of utmost importance in our program. And I think that's really carried over into how we play on Friday nights and the success that we've had. This season is a season that I've been looking forward to for a while, because you know when you get to a program, it's kind of like these college coaches. After about year 4, year 5, you got all your guys in. You don't have a whole lot of excuses. And this is actually my 6th year, but I feel like it's the first year where I've got all my guys that have learned football the way that I want football to be taught. These guys came up through our junior high program, which has been incredibly successful, and they've learned how to be a smart football player, what they call a football IQ. And I consider most of our guys to have a really great football IQ, and that's really helped us over the past couple of years. They understand our system, which I think is vital in high school football. You better have a system, you better stick to it, and you better believe in it when times get rough. And these guys have done just that. They've faced a lot of adversity over the last several years, and they've come up just short in that final game by 1 point, 2 points last year and 1 point the year before. And that's tough, especially when it's your only loss of the year. But I think these guys are hungrier than ever, and that really excites me. We've had a terrific off-season program. First and foremost, you talk to these high school coaches, the biggest thing you got to do in June and July is you got to get them there. And we don't have that problem at Chambers Academy. Our guys are there, and they're ready to work 3 days a week since the 1st of June. And the second thing is they got to have a great attitude, and that is really, I kind of make a barometer or measure my season high. It's going to be a lot by how summer workouts go, and if that's the case, then we've had a phenomenal off-season program this past year, and just very excited. We've got a lot of experience coming back, a really nice senior class. And we're going to take them one at a time, starting out with Lee Scott, which is a really tough opener for us. But we're excited. We're excited to bring great football back to Lafayette Chambers Academy and make Friday nights relevant again. So with that being said, I want to introduce these young men. These are four of our seniors here. Not all of our seniors, but 4 of our seniors. First on the left is C.J. Lyons. He's coming off a fantastic junior season when he had over 1,400 yards rushing. He comes from a great family. His brother was Player of the Year in AISA all classifications 2 years ago, and CJ is a fantastic player in his own right, first team All-State running back, and we're just looking for huge things out of him this year. Next man on the left is Jordan Gillespie. Sorry about that. And I tell you, it's fitting these two guys on the same side because both these guys can really run. They can pick them up and put them down. And these are the two fastest guys on our team. Jordan had over 500 yards rushing last year before he had an injury that really sidelined him the second half of the year. But this guy's electric with the football in his hands. He can go catch the football. We're going to get the ball in his hands any way we can because he can flat out run. And he also comes from a great family in our program, the Gillespie family. His older brother graduated 3 years ago and had over 2,300 yards rushing and 34 touchdowns his senior season. So both of these guys got pretty good bloodlines, and we're excited about what they bring to our program. Next over here is Austin Knox. Austin's been with me since a 7th grader, and I can tell you right now, I told him yesterday, this guy, when we get through lifting weights, he's in the weight room doing another workout. And I told him yesterday, I said, I've never had a young man work as hard as you have in the off season. And he's made himself into a fantastic football player that just loves to hit and loves the physicality of football. And so we're looking for a great season out of him. And then lastly is Colton Hand. Colton's a lifetime student at Chambers Academy since kindergarten, and has done a fantastic job for us. He's going to start for us at split end and at corner, and is a 2-year starter already. So we're excited about what he brings. All 4 of these guys are a huge part of our program, and they're first and foremost, they're great leaders for our team and great examples for those younger guys. And that's why I brought them here today, and I appreciate you letting me bring them.
All right, we can open up for questions for Coach Allen. Scott, you want to start off?
This is actually particularly for CJ and Jordan over here. Both of y'all are legacies with your families. Your brothers have really set the precedent and really helped y'all embark on this journey to the state championships in the last 3 years in a row. You know, what does it mean to you to be able to try to finish off the legacy that your brothers started?
Just use the potential God gave me. He taught me, my brother Christian taught me everything I know, taught me how to run the football, how to be a great man. Just thank him for it. I'm going to beat his records for sure.
It feels pretty good to have to fill some big shoes, you say. Like Jordan says, good potential coming from the family and growing up watching him. That's pretty much it.
Well, CJ, real quick, one more. You know, you are coming off a 1,400 plus rushing yard year. You know, first team All State. How do you repeat? You know, how do you come off of that?
Just go to the game with the same energy I had last year, and go forth and build my team and help them out and everything.
Since you're up there, CJ, can you talk a little bit about having come so close the last 2 seasons and what kind of mindset you bring into this season?
Yes, sir. Past 2 years coming close, losing by 2 points. Year before, next year losing by 1 point. It puts the chips on all our shoulders. I mean, it gives us strength and hypes us up for the season. Like Austin guys, I mean, there's nothing more than a chip on our shoulders. Losing 2 years, coming so close to winning. So we use that every day, starting from the first day of workout to now, going into the season and forth and so on. And I mean, yeah, nothing more than a chip on our shoulder, so we're ready.
Hey, Coach Allen, question for you.
Okay.
So with how well the baseball team did last year and with the last 3 seasons you guys have had, how has Chambers Academy kind of been put on a map in the last year?
Well, you don't win without great young people. You know, that's an old saying, and you've heard it a lot. It's not the X's and O's, it's the Jimmys and Joes. And we had a fantastic sports season last year at Chambers. We also made the Final Four in basketball. And the thing that's neat about Chambers and any small town schools is a lot of your better athletes are going to play all your sports. So I think winning is a habit just like losing is, and I think we've developed the habit of winning at Chambers Academy and expecting to be successful. And that's a big part of being successful athletically and in life. You got to expect good things to happen. You first got to put forth the hard work, and our guys work hard, but we expect to win. And I think good things happen for us late in ball games or when the game is on the line because we expect for something good to happen.
Coach, you said you guys have plenty of experience coming back. How many seniors do you have, and how many starters do you have returning from last year's team?
We'll have nine seniors coming back, and you need this mic. Stop. We got 9 coming back, and what was the rest of the question? I'm sorry.
How many returning starters?
Offensively, we're going to return about 8 starters, and defensively, we're going to return 10. So we're very excited. And not only do we have those starters, we've got some good depth. You know, a lot of times in small schools, your guys got to play both ways and do a lot of special teams, and we've developed some players in our program so that we're allowed to, we can substitute, especially some defensive and offensive linemen, to keep our guys fresh at the end. And so we got a lot of starters coming back. But, you know, every year's a new year, and you got to start over, and you got to find that chemistry. But I like where our team's at right now.
That's actually part of my next question. Every year's a new year. We were talking to Kirby Smart at Media Days last week. He said it doesn't matter that we were in the championship last year. How do you send that message to your players that, yeah, we've been there before, but we also have a long road ahead to get back there and win it?
Absolutely, and that's just what I preach to them. You know, we've got to we got to push the right buttons. Every team has their different strengths and weaknesses, and you try to accentuate those strengths. You try not to get those weaknesses exposed. You know, our guys just believe in working hard. We're a wing T school, and we take pride in that. We're kind of like cowboys. We're the last of a dying breed, but we believe in the wing T, and it's taken us to where we're at. I think it's one of the greatest offenses in the history of high school football. I know you see a lot of shotgun stuff these days. I know right across the street, Opelika ran it many years and was very successful. Down at Robert E. Lee with Win Spence before he came to Opelika. Many schools still run the wing T. It's just not seen as much. And we put our own little flair on it. We do some shotgun stuff. We make it look a little sexier at times. But it's a great offense, and our guys believe in it. I believe if I walked in the locker room this evening and told them we're not running the wing T anymore, I think our kids would revolt. And that's how much they believe in it. They know the answers. We get in the fourth quarter, and my guys can tell me, this is what's going on. This is the answer, Coach, because we know the answer because it's part of our system. It's what we believe in. So just really excited. You know, when you get that in your program and your guys understand what you're doing, that is a huge, huge advantage. And it's really been a big reason why we've been so successful. Thank you.
Alston, this one's for you. Let's get you up there. How excited are you for this season? You guys have had so much success, and as seniors, how excited are you to get this thing going?
I'm very excited. You know, this is what I've been living for the past couple years. I love football. I love playing football. I love everything about it. And I know the rest of my teammates, we're all really excited. We're all real hungry to get back out there, do some hitting, and I'm real excited for this.
What does it take to get that one more win?
It take months and months of preparation, hard work. You know, if you don't put in the work in the off season, you don't grind, you don't do all the things you got to do, you ain't gonna get it. That's just plain and simple.
Colton, here's your shot. I'll ask you that same question. What is it going to take to get that one more win this season?
It's hard work every day. Come to practice ready to work hard and play every game like it's your last, and just go as hard as you can to make sure we get that last win.
And with so many returning starters, seniors, and everything else, this is a veteran team, isn't it?
Sir?
This is a veteran team, isn't it? With
Oh,
all the
yes, sir,
returners.
no doubt.
How big is that going to be when you step on that practice field the first
Well,
time?
our chemistry is amazing. We all know each other front to back, so we're just going to be just better than we've ever been, I believe.
All right, Coach Allen, one more for you. You mentioned your stars. How many plays both ways, Coach, on your team?
Our guys learn how to play both ways. Let's just put it that way. But our idea of keeping guys fresh is, for instance, if Austin starts on the offensive line, he may rotate for us on the defensive line. He's going to still play there. We're just going to try to keep him a little fresher by not making him play both ways. And that's a great luxury we have. You know, you can't always do that. We're blessed right now with great kids. And so right now I'd say we got about 3 or 4 guys that are playing both ways, and they're mainly skill guys. So for a school our size, right now we're dressing about 33, 34 kids, and we only got about 42, 43 eligible. So I think we got 1 kid 12th through 9th that doesn't play football in each class. So I think that's a tribute to what football's done for our school, is creating an expectation that, hey, I want to play football and I want to be successful. And my theory is, if I don't get them out, I can't make a difference in their lives. And that's huge to me, because we're trying to sharpen those kids so that one day it'll make them better men, like I started out with. So, and you know, you take a guy like Austin, for instance. Austin came to me in the 7th grade, and my other coach said, "Coach, that kid can't even get in the stands." He was struggling. But his daddy told me one thing that I figured out about him that makes a good football player. He said, "Coach, he likes to ride bulls." I said, "Well, we'll make him a football player then." And I tell you what, he has made a tremendous football player for us. I mean, he's going to put about 8 to 10 guys on their back every Friday night. He's a pulling guard for us, and front and center, he loves to put a cockroach on them and get them on their back with those feet kicking up in the air, and that's the kind of football I like to see.
Hey, Coach, what are the classifications in AISA, and what classification are you?
Classifications are single A, double A, and triple A, and we are single A, so we're the smallest classification of private schools.
Yeah. Coach, when I played at Lafayette, when I was a senior at Lafayette High School in 1958, we had 5 players that started on that team from Ridge Grove. You got any Ridge Grove players?
We do. Colton's from out that way.
Yeah.
I got several more that are not here that are from that area. So that they usually grow them pretty tough out that way too.
Absolutely, they're tough nuts. We know we didn't really have a good summer program back then because we lived so far out, and we were told what to do. And I asked one guy from Ridge Grove out there, his name was Ray Bailey. I said, "Ray, you ready to go?" That time, week before we went, he said, "Yeah, I've been eating a lot of roughage all summer." But we did have some great players from out there, Coach, and congratulations on your success, and good luck to you this year.
Thank you.
I think we got some questions from our expert, Jerry Bavaro, here.
Hey, Coach, Jerry Bavaro for the High School Kicker Show. Hope you'll call us Friday night. You've had a real successful program the last 4 or 5 years. Scheduling, has that been a problem? People avoiding you?
It's getting that way. last cycle, yes.
Yeah, because when I heard you're opening up with Lee Scott, you're jumping up 2 classifications.
Yeah.
I got thinking maybe schools are starting to avoid you.
Yeah, well, you know, traditionally over the years, Chambers, I graduated from Chambers in 1992, and we were always played Lee Scott, Springwood, and Glenwood. So I kind of felt like, you know, we were going to have to travel a pretty good ways to play a good game. And I said, me and Robert Maddox are really good friends. I think he's one of the best football coaches in this state, regardless of association. And he's a great man. I know we have a great relationship. And he said, hey, let's play. Let's do it. And it's a great money game for both our teams. So that was kind of a no-brainer for us. You know, hopefully we can withstand the disparity of numbers.
Coach, we appreciate you coming today, and Jerry and I do the Kicker Scoreboard Show on Friday nights, and we'd love to hear from you and hear how you guys are doing. We thank you for coming in, all you guys, and the great success you've had. Congratulations, and we hope you bring home the state championship this year, and we're going to be back in 60 seconds.
Thank you very much.
We're back live at the Southern Union Southern Room at Kicker 97.7 High School Football Media Days 2018. Jerry, what'd you think about Chambers?
Very impressed. The kids, well-disciplined looking kids. They're looking to win the last game of the year instead of losing the last game they had the last couple of years. But I think with all the amount of talent coming back, I like their chances. And, you know, they're opening up with Lee Scott. I'm not so sure they're going to win that game, but that's going to help them down the road.
Yeah, it will. And, you know, we talk a lot of times during the year about teams playing up. And like Opelika every year plays 3 7A schools. And even though they're rival schools, which Lee Scott and Chambers have through the years played each other some. But, yeah, I'm not so sure how helpful it'll be to Lee Scott, except for one thing. They're going to be playing a championship program.
Right.
And Coach Maddox, who will be up here in just a few minutes, will be able to tell his guys, hey, these guys go out every year and play in the championship game. If we beat them, you're beating a championship team.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's a great opening game because they're going to have to play. Lee Scott can't just show up and win. It's a good opening game for both schools. I think it's really going to help Chambers because if they can stay in the game against Lee Scott to say, hey, we stayed on the field with one of the best 3A teams in private school football, this may be our year. We're ready to win it.
Well, I want to give us a little plug too, Jerry. Every Friday night, Jerry and I are at the Kicker Studio. We do the 97.7 Kicker FM High School Football Scoreboard Show. We try to give as many scores as we can, and we're going to have a contest again this year, the Pick'em contest. But you know, the priority is it's a scoreboard show, but we've developed something over the last few years that I think is really interesting, and a lot of people compliment us on, is that we have coaches on and players that actually talk about what's going on the field and give our listening audience a different insight into what's really going on.
Right. You get a lot more of what's going on inside the locker room before the game, after the game, how the kids are feeling, what they got coming up on their next game in the schedule. It's right around the corner, Eddie. These kids, like Coach Allen has said, they started in June. Actually, they had never stopped.
That's right.
But if they can see 3 or 4 more weeks, they're going to play for real. And I'm all excited about it. I love Friday night during the fall. There's nothing better to do. Like I say it every night on the show, it's a good, great, cheap entertainment.
That's right.
Support your community. You get to see a lot of buddies you haven't seen in a long time.
One of the great things,
your team.
and Coach Washburn said this, I can't tell you the number of times that I've driven around looking for lights. And you know that everywhere you go around here, I don't know how it is in Texas. I went to games out there because I played football when I was in Texas at a high school, but I didn't go to games as a fan. But you walk into the stadium and you smell the hot dogs and the popcorn, and you hear the bands and the cheerleaders, and you see the kids running around playing cup football, and the fans up in the stands, and the first game of the year, every single fan, every single football player has the same opportunity to be a state champion.
Everyone thinks this may be our year.
Yep.
And what's amazing, every stadium is different.
Yeah.
Every stadium serves different food.
Yes,
you
they
go
do.
To Minnesota and get some catfish.
That's right. I love it too.
Probably get some good barbecue some other places. So
and Coach AJ will be in here tomorrow, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm looking forward to meeting. I have not personally met AJ. I'd like to meet him. We're going to have Coach Maddox up here next. Coach Maddox he's had a great career, Eddie. He's went anywhere from coaching college football to high school football. He's been successful wherever he's been.
Yeah, he's a great coach.
He's in the middle of 2-a-days right now, so we really had to work to get him off that practice field. He's not going to bring any players this year. He said all he has is juniors and sophomores. He don't want to throw them in the fire, as you say, with those cameras hitting them. You could tell the Chambers Academy kids were a little intimidated by the cameras.
Yeah. One of the things, though, Jerry, I hate to interrupt you, but you know what's going to happen, because this is our first media days. What's going to happen now is that the players for the teams are going to be like, hey, I hope he picks me. You know, because
Yeah.
they want to be here at media days. Because hey, all of them are bringing their
Yeah.
superstars. Except now, I told a story a little while ago about Buster Daniel coming in, and he said that his team is 11 on 11 down in Troy, and he's bringing a kicker in today. Well, you know what? We've talked about this a lot. Kickers are really important. We've seen some people lose games by 1 point because their kicker missed an extra point.
Right. It's happened in many state championship games. Auburn University brought their kicker.
Yes,
So,
they did.
A kicker could be a valuable asset to your team. If you have a good kicker, it shortens the field for you. In
Well, most
the
teams-
close games. Opelika won a big game against Wetumpka on the last second.
That's
field goal.
right. That's
So,
right. And most
very important.
teams in college, unless they just got a superstar, their kicker is usually the leading scorer.
Right. Right, and you see some powers. Alabama through the years have had problem with kicking.
Yeah.
Usually.
You give me a second, and I'll tell you about it.
Yeah, that's right.
I'm glad D-Mark didn't hear that. And by the way, I think that we're in the last 5 minutes of On the Mark, and all of you that listen to On the Mark every day, God bless you. D-Mark and Jeff do a great job on the show, and we really appreciate everything they do. They've opened up a morning avenue for high school athletics in East Alabama, and it's a tremendous asset to this area.
Yeah, they both Mark and Van are just like us. They're fanatics
And
about high
Jeff.
school sports. And Jeff, high school sports is in their blood, and Van's the new Opelika radio announcer. He's going to do a great job. We're going to hate to not see D. Mark Mitchell there, but he's still going to be around.
Yeah, he's going to be doing his Saturday morning show and On the Mark, and he'll also be doing the coaches show on Wednesday nights. I think it is Wednesdays or Thursdays. I'm not sure which day it is.
But it helps to have a couple of guys that are high school sports fanatics. Spread the word.
That's right.
Opelika is a great community. They love their high school sports. I don't care what sport they play. They support it. Auburn's the same way.
Yeah,
so
we're really, really fortunate in this area that we have such good athletic programs. It's not just football, but, let's face it, this is football country. And I know out in Texas they tout that they've got the best football in the country, and they just play different football.
Right.
They have stadiums that are like small colleges. Oh, by the way, so does Opelika and Auburn.
Yeah.
And Central Phoenix City, who Jamie Dubose will be in here too.
You go around the state, and we got great facilities.
Yes, we do.
Opelika got an indoor practice facility. Enterprise has a great facility. Auburn High, beautiful facility, their new high school and practice field and all that.
And Central has an indoor.
They put a big emphasis on high school football, and you can see it.
Well, we're really proud to be a part of that, and I'm gonna tell you what. I don't know how long Jerry and I've been doing this on Friday nights, but I hope it's forever.
Oh yeah, it's always like it's for me today. It's almost like December 1st. It's
Yeah,
like 25 days till Christmas.
Yeah.
Once high school football's here, great time of the year. Looking forward to it.
All
Coach
right.
Maddox is about to get up there.
Back to D-Mark.
Okay, with the next selection of the High School Media Day draft. No. All right, we appreciate Chambers Academy. And Coach Allen, we certainly appreciate you guys for being here today. And we wish the no hurry, guys. Y'all make yourself at home. I was just letting you know we appreciate y'all. Make yourself at home and get you a donut and stay here. For those that are listening, we're live at the East Alabama Media Day, High School Media Days, presented by the Orthopedic Clinic and the Kicker. We heard from Chambers Academy. Next up is Lee Scott Academy. Coach Robert Maddox. I've known Coach Maddox for a long time. Coach and I go back about 37 years or so, Coach. I won't put my age in that, but I was younger than you was, Coach, back then. But Robert Maddox is entering his 13th season as the head coach of the Lee Scott Warriors. He had a stop at Troy State University, 7 years at Valley High School. He had a pretty good run there, 4 region titles from 91 to 97. Went to Auburn High School, pretty good title there, 2004. And now the head coach of the Lee Scott Warriors. Coach Maddox has won 148 games. And most importantly about Robert Maddox is he's a man of character and integrity and class. And he's just a great, good guy. He's from the old school. And with no further ado, Coach Robert Maddox.
Well, he was. I asked Mark, am I going to take questions or what? But no, you're looking at our football team. The big question is, how are you going to be? That's the first thing everybody asks. Well, how are you going to be? I said, well, we're going to be young and inexperienced. We had a team last year in the mid-20s, 25, 26, somewhere around there. Of those, 14 graduated. This upcoming year, 5, 6, 7 seniors, only 1 or 2 juniors, and the rest are sophomores and freshmen. So I asked Coach Washburn earlier, you got rebuilding. What's a notch below rebuilding? That's kind of where we are. We're not necessarily rebuilding. We're totally restructuring some things. So, and that can be a good thing, because when you get challenged like that, you have to do your homework. You have to work a little harder. We've had kids that are giving great effort this summer. We've had great participation. I've been real pleased with that. Overall, you always get 1 or 2 slackers, but they'll find out not working in June and July will not be good for them in late July, early August. So, sometimes you have to teach them the hard way. But I'm excited about our team, but we're going to be young. We're going to be we'll have either a 10th or a 9th grade quarterback. We've got a new face with a guy named Brooks Short that's a senior. Brooks Short came to Lee Scott from Auburn High School as a baseball player in January, transferred in, and we're going to play him at running back and at tight end some. And the big question, who's your quarterback? Well, it's up for grabs right now between Wilkes Fisher and a freshman named Tate McKelvey. Both of those are 2 outstanding young athletes. But here again, at the varsity level, the lack of experience, the lack of ability to, just because they haven't grown yet enough to be able to take the kind of pounding that our style of offense challenges our quarterbacks with, we're going to have to make some modifications offensively to accommodate that. I certainly don't want to put them in a bad position where they're going to get beat up too much. But at the end of the day, we got a tremendous schedule this year. We open up with Chambers Academy, who you saw earlier. Very well-coached football team with, some seasoned young men on their team that offered a unique opportunity to play a team that's well-coached by Coach Allen. So we got our work cut out for us early in the year, and then our next game is against a perennial powerhouse in the AISA, Fort Dale Academy. And I think they're going to be down a little bit this year compared to what they've been in the past. But here again we are too. So Fort Dale, and then we play Edgewood Academy, and then we got our first region game against a new area opponent in our area, Morgan out of Selma. Don't know a whole lot about them. Have had no crossover with them in terms of film in the past. So I don't really know a lot about Morgan. That'll be our first big game as far as region implications go. When you're looking in 3A, probably the team to beat in 3A this year looks like it's shaping up to be Tuscaloosa Academy. But then behind that, of course, always is Bessemer. With Bessemer being located where they are in Birmingham, just outside of Birmingham, you never know what Bessemer is going to pick up. So athletic talent-wise, they're always superior to everybody we play. So that'll be that's always a challenge for us to play somebody like that. And then, of course, Tuscaloosa, this is their year. This is the year they've been pointing to for about 4 years now. They knew 4 years ago, this is the team. When we get this team to be seniors, they're going to be the team to beat. So right now, I'd say in 3A, they're the team to beat as far as that goes. On the flip side, on the other side, again, Monroe Academy out of South Alabama, always a powerhouse. They lost their skill but kept their line, and my understanding is they picked up a really good quarterback and a running back. So, it's going to be a challenge in the league this year for us. Having a lot of young kids, there are all these axioms you hear. For every freshman, you can count out a loss. All that depends on the kid. If the kid we got an 8th grader that may play for us some this year. And you say, well, an 8th grader? I'll tell you what, you go out there and line up and put your hands on him right quick, and you find out he ain't a normal 8th grader. So, we're going to see if he's capable. He may not be, but if he is, we'll play him. I'm going to play the best 11, and I'm not worried about what grade they're in. If they're the best 11, that's who's going to play. And some people get a little antsy about that, an 8th grader against a junior or senior. Like I said, come meet my 8th grader. He just got back from some big thing out in Florida and did real well down there. So he's a good young ball player. I won't get into names right now because he's still young. But at the end of the day, we're going to be a competitive football team. We always are, and that's because of the kind of kids we have. We got kids that work hard and give you their best effort. William Johnson, Shane Tapley, and we got a new coach. These are our coaches, and Jay Wise is a new coach on staff, came out of the Panhandle of Florida in a private school down there. They do a great job with our offense, and I'm just looking forward to seeing how it, and we got little tweaks that we've changed, so I'm looking forward to see how those play out when we actually get in some scrimmages and some games and things like that. Another thing, you asking him how young, I'll tell you how young we are. We have one player that's playing the position he played last year starting. So that tells you, we got our work cut out for us. And I have every confidence that our coaches will get the job done and our kids will give the effort that they need to give in order to make that happen. I'll entertain any questions anybody might have, unless it's from Chambers. I'm not going to answer any questions from y'all. But any questions y'all may have, I'd like to take those on right now.
Coach, Jerry Bavaro from the High School Scoreboard Show. Probably won't answer this question since I still see some Chambers Academy
You can
players
ask it.
here.
I can do coach speak real good.
I know you don't give away secrets, but you went from 2 years ago having a wishbone offense run by Turk Pettit to a wide open offense last year. Are you going to stay with the wide open offense, or are you going back to the wishbone?
We'll stay with what we're doing. I mean, I know Coach Allen's going to work on the wishbone, and he's wise to do that. You never know. I might throw a curveball in there. But as a general rule, you got to do what your kids are capable of doing. And 2 years ago when we were in the wishbone, that's what that group was capable. That was something they could do. We could have done that a few years ago earlier and would have been even better at it. But with the running back like we had several years ago in Mitchell Lewis, we felt like we had to use him and spread the field. And the thing about that kind of offense, it's a power structured type offense. I mean, there's no place to hide. There's no place to go. If you're on defense, you got to sit down and either you're going to step up in there and take the challenge or you're going to get your head beat in. But on the flip side, offensively, you got to have somebody that can perform and can do the things you got to do. And we don't have that hard-headedness, you might say, to be able to just take that pounding play after play after play. So we'll be in spread.
How many kids are you going to dress out this year?
About 25.
25. Is that normal, average?
That's about normal. The most we've had in the whole 12, going in 13 now, 12 years I've been at Lee Scott, we had 41 one year. Generally speaking, between 25 and 30 is pretty much normal.
Hey, Coach, obviously it's challenging to lose 14 guys, but what kind of opportunity does that present for yourself to help mold somebody in ninth grade all the way through their senior year?
Well, I mean, like I said, told somebody earlier when we were talking, I said, yeah, I mean, we're going to pay our dues this year. I mean, you always do when you're young and inexperienced. So there's the experience. You're sitting out there, and there may be a formation that they haven't worked on. I mean, I try to show them everything and keep it simple enough to where they can adjust to it. But at the end of the day, they got to get that experience. And until they get that under their belt and have that recall factor, you're going to have surprises, and kids are going to do things, and sometimes there's just a meltdown. And that's the nature of teenagers. College kids do it too. So, you get out there in a situation, you get challenged, and you either respond to it or not. We're young. We're going to take our bumps, but you give us a couple of years, and we're going to be giving them out. So, it's just the way it is.
I guess I meant less of a football question and more of a personal question, because these kids, they're 15 years old, and you're going to have them for 4 years, How do you help mold them as a person as opposed to, taking over a senior and then he goes to college?
For me personally, how do I handle it? Well, the first most important thing for me is being a Christian, make sure they understand I'm going to exercise my faith. I'm not going to apologize for the fact that I'm a follower of Christ, and I really don't care what other people think. That's important to me. That's first and foremost. And you let them know that that's a foundation of my life, and I try to pour that into them, then the rest of it is going to take care of itself. I firmly believe that. And I'm going to do, and I'm not standing up here as a perfect person. And my kids can tell you that. My own family can tell you that. I'm not perfect, but I want to be, and I'm working on it. And with God's help, I'll get there. You put that foundation for those kids, and then from there, you got things you can build on. Without that foundation, then it's just, hey, get a pat on the back, good deal, and 10 years from now, it means nothing. But if you haven't laid the foundation for life, when they get older, when they get my age, they're going to sit there and they're going to have a screwed up life. So that's the first thing. Put that foundation in their life first.
How do you approach a practice with such a young team? Does it change the way you would approach a practice early in the season?
we're going to do the foundational things we do every year. I don't care if I have a seasoned team or a young team. There's certain foundational things you'll do. You'll teach them how to recover a fumble. You'll teach them, what to do. You'll teach them, how to put your hands on the ball, how to protect the ball, how not to hold, hopefully, in your offense, and how to, how to have good physical abilities. I mean, take your abilities and use them in a smart way. We try to teach proper tackling techniques. I mean, we'll start out. I mean, I see these idiots on on TV shows. Okay, Mark, settle down, Mark. All right. These moron wannabe great coaches that go out here and line kids up 15 yards apart and go full speed against each other. They're idiots because they're going to get a kid hurt, make the kids turn against the game. When you see us our first day in tackling, we aren't that far apart. We're just basically the line of scrimmage apart, and we start there and build out. You don't have people making it. You watch these TV shows and they have these Hollywood. That's Hollywood. I went down to Brazil this past maybe a month ago. They have American football in Brazil. 11-man American football. They play college rules. And I went down there, and their idea of football is what they've seen on TV. And I told them right quick, this ain't Hollywood. You go throwing your body around like that. Number one, you're going to get hurt. You could hurt somebody else, but you're going to mess up and not make the play. You got to be foundational. You got to do the little things right, and you got to start close and work back. And these guys that see these plays where they're diving over people and all that, that's Hollywood. It doesn't work in real life. So we try to teach basic fundamentals where you do the things right, keep your head up, wrap up, and move your feet. The 3 axioms of tackling is those 3 things. Start there, and then you don't have all these other problems that you have that people talk about. Sorry for being anxious.
No, you're doing good, Coach. This is Dan Washburn for Coach Robert Maddox.
Now, he ought to be up here teaching us everything. I mean, there's the icon right there, I'll tell you.
I want to take you back a little bit, Coach. Back in, I alluded to this a little bit when you were not in here, but back in the 60s, I coached for and with Coach Doug Lockridge.
Yeah.
In the 70s, you played for Coach Doug
Yes,
Lockridge. What is the difference then and now? What did we do back then? It's not done now. I tried to tell them just a little bit about it, but just go a little bit about what it was back then. You've coached in high school, you've coached at Valley High School, you've coached in college, and you got more experience than any coach in the state of Alabama, I think. And I think so much of you because of that, and because I've known you and what you stand for. You stand for Christianity and integrity and doing what's right. And I don't have any doubt, whoever you got, you're going to be all right. No doubt about that. But go back to that day back in the 60s and 70s.
The biggest thing, the changes, I guess you won't know what changes I've seen in terms of scheme.
And well, not scheme so much as what we did back then. It's just not done. Now, you talked about it a little bit, the head-on tackling stuff and all of that crap we used to do, a bull in a ring and all of that. It was Moncho great back then, and everybody was doing it, but I got away from it when I went to Lynette. I just didn't do that. I
haven't done that stuff in years. We did get, like you said, these tackling drills. I mean, I can remember, and it was
no water.
Yeah, that's right.
No, we didn't give them water back then. I did it when I went to Lynette. I laid hose pipes all over the field, let them drink whenever they wanted.
You were very gracious, Coach.
Yeah.
You were very gracious.
I was so nice to those kids.
You were too nice to them.
Because we played against one another, And you tell how nice our kids were.
I remember for Coach Lockridge, we got no water. There was no water. And after practice, you pop salt tablets, which I can't think of anything worse that you could probably do for yourself.
That'll eat your stomach.
But, hey, I tell you what, none of us died. None of us passed out. And we were in shape when it came time to play the game.
Won football games, too.
And we won our share. I can remember before practice, we would, you got your water spigots in the ground that you pull, you just, clamp your hose to and run the hose pipe, and that's how the water to fill. There was no irrigation system. We would sneak out before practice and just turn the water on so it'd just be barely trickling out. And not flowing, but just barely trickling out. By the middle of practice, when your tongue's sticking to the roof of your mouth and little dots are running around your eyes. Cotton mouth. Everybody would kneel down around that, and when Coach wasn't looking, you'd put your face down in that water with ants and trash and grass, and And that was the best water you ever had in your life.
That's right.
And I remember one time Coach Lockridge took these so I don't know where he got these things from. And don't get me wrong, I love Coach Lockridge. I have nothing but the highest regard for him. And, he's gone on now. But he got these little 4-ounce milk cartons. You know what I'm talking about, don't you? He got these things. Maybe you know more history about this than I do. And he had these things, had something put in them. I don't know what it was. And those benches at Valley at that time was a metal bench.
Yeah.
So they sit in that whole practice on that metal bench, percolating.
Yeah.
And about mid-practice, I'm tired of hearing y'all want some water. You take yourself over there and you drink it. You better drink every drop. You spit it out. We're going to run after practice extra. And that hot water was the most gosh-awful stuff you ever put in your mouth. I don't know what it was. We were all about to throw up. But at the end of the day, that's the kind of stuff. And the mental toughness part. But keep in mind, I grew up in an era, like you, Coach Washburn, I grew up in an era when the authority figures, the men in my life, all the men in my life, every man that worked in that cotton mill, pretty much everybody there, when they were my age, they were killing people in war. And so there was a level of respect and admiration for them that I can't explain to these young kids today. I didn't go to war. I missed it by a hair. I was number 19 in the year they dropped the draft. I was number 19. And so I didn't have to go. And I was grateful for that, but I would have gone. The men, if you bowed up at a grown man when I was a kid, he had killed people in his life, in war. You think I'm going to mess with somebody like that? There was a certain level of reverence and respect. I think we've lost that in our culture. We don't have the level of respect and admiration for authority that we once have. And consequently, kids today, as a general rule, don't accept responsibility for their actions like they should. And so you have to sit there and that's something you have to make them do. And you do it in a meeting room when you're watching film. You sit there, we've been on film watching film, and the kids still don't see, I screwed up, Coach. And that's all I want to hear. Coach, I made a mistake. I'll fix it. Give me effort. That's all I ask. And that's it. But you talking about the difference. Those are some of the differences. Just a different mindset as far as that goes.
All right, one more question from Scott Fields, Coach. Hope like Auburn News.
Hey, Coach. You talk about all the players that you lost this past year, but I know a big portion of that and a big portion of this last year being able to switch the offensive scheme was the continuity of the offensive line. Can you talk a little bit about what you're bringing back along that line with, Chase and Earnhardt, of course, leading out that group?
You just said it. That's what I'm bringing back, Chase and Earnhardt. That's it. One offensive lineman that's got starting experience. One offensive player that's got starting experience.
Well, I know he played multiple positions for you. What's
Earnhardt? He played offensive tackle for me, and he's a little bit of defense, not much.
Okay, I thought he was moving to guard.
Well, we're looking at moving him to guard. Yeah. So he didn't even play. He's not even going to be playing the position he played last year. So I mean, I'm just saying you have no idea the tremendous challenge that we've got in front of us, but it's something we're looking forward to.
With that experience with Chase, and he's going to lead out that group, and he's going to be able to show what these other offensive linemen are going to have to step up. What are you looking for out of that group, particularly when you're looking at two quarterbacks that could give you different looks, and you are going to be flexible with your offensive scheme every now and then.
Well, we're definitely going to be flexible. We're going to try to hey, it's no brainer. We're going to be running behind the biggest tail on the field. Okay, it's not rocket science. We're going to run behind the big guy. And at the end of the day, that's where you're going to make your bread and butter. Yes, we will be doing some other things, too, that complement that. But at the end of the day, if we can't make any hay behind Chasen, then we're going to have a hard time moving the football. And the essence of it's going to be moving it behind him, and then from there, everybody else has got to develop. And I can't tell you, I don't have a clue after that. Except I just know these kids have been working good this summer, and it's going to pay off later.
Thank you, Coach Maddox. Coach Robert Maddox, Lee Scott Academy.
Thank you.
Okay, we're back here at Southern Union at the 97.7 Kicker FM High School Media Days presented by the Orthopedic Clinic, and now we're about to have Coach Cody Flournoy and the Beulah Bobcats.
All right, I'm glad to have our next coach in the house at our next school that is here, Beulah High School. And I tell you what, this coach in his first season at Beulah won 3 games. That may not sound like a lot, but they had only won 2 the previous two seasons and 5 in the last 3 years. And he's got an incredible group of kids back again this year, and was 1 win away from making the playoffs, and that would have been the first playoff appearance since 2007 and only the second since 1995. So Coach Cody Flournoy and the Beulah Bobcats, welcome them up.
Good morning. First of all, I just want to thank all you guys for having us. East Alabama plays a lot of good football. We got a lot of great coaches. I said thanks for letting me follow a legend up here. This is my 2nd year as a head coach, and Coach Maddox said he was in there in his 42nd year. So I said thanks for that. East Alabama, like I said, we play good football around here. You know, got a lot of good schools. We're in the championship all the time, so we're really happy to be a part of this media days. Thanks for having Beulah here, and we want to, you know, this year make sure we put on a good show, and like last year, just be competitive and be in every game, so give us a chance to win. All right. No, it's all right. Well, look, you know, just talking about our team this year, we have high expectations. You know, going into this season, we're coming off a 3-7 year. It's not where I want to be at. I've been a part of good programs. I coached under Jamie Dubose my previous 2 years before coming here, and the big thing that you know I have high expectations, and I've just finished up my first full season here. I was hired late June last year, and so I've been here right now just about a year. And being a first-year head coach, I've learned a lot of things. And even going into next year, we've already got plans to do things differently from what we've done. So the big thing we're talking about with coaches this year, though, is raising the bar. And I battle myself from not being frustrated because I want things to move a little bit quicker than they are. But a big part of what we're doing is changing the culture here at Beulah. We ran a slogan last year, "Get on the bus." And it's just about everybody buying in. And this year we're talking about raising the bar because amongst our coaching staff and amongst our players, we just want to be better. We need to be better calling plays, need to be better executing, need to be better prepared. And you know, a big difference from this year to last year, especially in the summer, is that we already know our offense. See, this time last year was installing everything, and right now what we're doing is we're just polishing plays. And so we're way ahead of schedule from what we were this past season. So we're returning 7 starters on offense and 8 on defense. So we feel really good about this group of seniors we have. We have 13 seniors. I brought seniors with me today, Jacob Burdett, Caden Didell, and Hunter Bryant. But this group right here is a good, solid group. They jumped on board last year. And I've been able to train them a little bit and how I want things done, and so they know what to look for. They've been their leaders all summer, and they're a good example. They represent Beulah well.
All right, we'll first start questions for Coach Flournoy, and then we'll open it up to players after that. So questions for Coach.
Hey, Coach, how's it going?
Good.
So just maybe to start off then, what did you learn from year 1, and how confident are you now in this team going into year 2?
Coming out of winning programs, there's a reason winning programs win, and that's because everybody's bought in, and that goes from the administration to the parents to the community, and things are expected. And going into, let's say, my first summer here, I had expectations of things that were going to happen, and they just didn't quite fulfill what I was looking for. And so, you know, just learning that, and that's part of what I had to learn is that, hey, there's still a lot of work to be done because I have high expectations of where I want to be at, but we're not there yet. But we're progressing, and that's the big thing that, you know, I want our community to know is that, hey, we're not the same as we were last year, and this time next year we're going to be that much better. And so we're progressing well. These guys, they want to win. The community wants to win. And, you know, we just got to keep pushing that way and be in that direction.
What will be a strength of this year's team?
I really think, you know, as far as one certain group, our offensive line this summer has really come in and put in the work. I've got 2 offensive linemen here with me today. That's been the group that's just really solidified. They've shown great leadership. They've brought along some of our new guys and our young guys, and they really bought into what we're trying to do as far as our leadership goes. And so I think they'll lead the way.
How much help is it having the large number of returning starters as you go into this season?
For us, last year we were really close. That's a good word for our season last year. We were 3-7 and we lost 2 games there at the end. So being close and then returning these guys, they've been there, they've seen it, they know what to expect. And so we're leaning on our older guys and our returning starters to get us over that edge. So, you know, this season we got 3 games here in the middle of the season. We go Selma, Prattville Christian, and Bullitt County. And all 3 of those games were games that we lost last year. Bullitt County wasn't in our region, but they dropped down this year. We played them in the preseason last year. So all 3 of those games are games that we really got to have, and they were close games. Last year I think we beat the teams we should have beat, and we didn't beat the teams that we were kind of equal with. And that's where we got to turn the corner at this year. So that's where, you know, your senior leadership, and returning starters, they know how to get that done.
Kind of a learn how to win kind of deal.
Yeah, and you know, a lot of people talk about getting over the hump or whatever coaching euphemism you want to use, but you know, we got to turn the corner, get over the hump. You know, we got to get a big win. The community, like I said, supports us. The players are bought in. We just got to, you know, get that feeling of, hey, we can get this done when it's close at the end. You know, we lost an extra overtime to Southside Selma, and I thought, you know, we should have won that game. We had a lot of opportunities. We just couldn't figure out how to get it done. So, you know, hopefully we turn that corner this year.
Hey, Coach, we just heard about how long it's been since you guys have been in the playoffs and how sporadic it's been. How do you go about changing that narrative, though? You're a new guy. You know, you've come into a program that hasn't been there in a long time, but you're also a new face. So how do you go about changing that, and how do you continue to change it as you progress through the years?
You know, for me, it's a lot about energy, you know, and just trying to bring energy to these guys and just believing in them. You know, you beat somebody down for so long, they begin to believe that's who they are. And these guys are not that. You know, these are good guys. A lot of people told me, said, don't take this job. The guys, you don't have players, they can't win. And a lot goes into that, and people start believing that. And what I got to do is I got to change that narrative. You know, and as being the head football coach, that's my job. That's what I got to do. And so everything I want to talk is going to be real positive. You know, we're not focusing on what we did last year. We're not focusing on what we did 5 years ago. None of that matters. And so, you know, I'm talking to the seniors, and, you know, they know this, but, hey, this is your year. For whenever 20 years from now, this will still be your year and your grade. And so, you know, just get them to buy into now. And it's not so much about, you know, what we've done in the past. It's now. And look, take some programs around here. Lynette's a good example. Coach Story comes in, and they haven't been very good in a while, and then he sticks with it. He does the right things, and that's just some of the same things we're doing. Just do the right things all the time. We're going to get things worked out, and that's what we're working on now. And you see where they've done. They really had a lot of success, and that's a guy that I really like. He's a good guy. He does things right. People have bought into what he's doing, and they won some championships. So you see the result of you know, his effort. And so for me, that's what I got to do. I got to keep bringing energy and effort and making sure we're doing the things right and make sure everybody's bought in.
Coach, you're replacing Nolan Earl at quarterback with Lonzie Portis this year. I know Lonzie had a few injuries last year, but what's the development been like under him, going under center for you?
I'd like to know. He's been gone this past month, so we're going to get him back August, this first weekend in August. He scored a 30 on his ACT, and he was picked from a national group of students to go up to Amherst College up in Boston. And he's been gone this whole month. And he talked to me before he left, and he really had a lot of questions about, you know, should he go or should he not? And I was like, you definitely are going. You know, football is a great sport. I love it. I said it'll be here when you get back. And so this summer we've actually had to work a lot with our younger guys. Caleb Abney, he's a sophomore. We really like him, and he's executed the offense. We played Lynette and Russell County. We actually got a OTA today with Nola Soga, and he'll take all the snaps, or most of the snaps. We work. Jordan Saylor gets some reps, and Dylan Coleman. So, but you know, he's going to be there for us. He's an athletic guy. We looked at what we did offensively, and we want to let our quarterback be more active, and he's a guy that's going to be able to do that. We seen him in Valley in the spring game. He had a couple of snaps, and a couple of times we didn't give him a lot of option to run. We just wanted him to hand it off and execute the offense. But when he did pull it, he was the best athlete on the field, and so we look to have some success with that.
All right, time to talk to a couple of players. Who wants to step up first? One of y'all get to go ahead and step up. All right. Caden, is there a different feel to this season after the successes that you guys had last year?
Yeah, it's a lot of pressure this year, really. I don't know.
Well, pressure in what way? I mean, you guys.
Everybody's looking up to you. They're looking up to all the seniors. We got to point them in the right direction, because after we leave, it's going to be up to them to change the way Bewley is.
Senior leadership. What is the biggest thing with the senior leadership?
Making sure everybody's doing what they got to do and where they're supposed to be.
As far as learning, getting the offense and everything, you feel like you guys are making good progress here?
Yes, sir. I feel like we're making great progress. We're way better than we were last year, and I think we're heading in the right direction.
What are some of the personal goals for yourself and also team goals for this year?
Personal goals are to get better at my position. Team goals would be to make it to the playoffs for the first time. I think that'd be really good for us.
All right, we want to do next one up.
Can you talk a little bit about the culture change, about the winning, the getting more success, and what that's meant for y'all?
Oh, yes, sir. One of the first conversations that Coach Flo had with the team is getting on the championship level, and he's definitely put us in that mindset to change the attitude and give us a new look on what we want to become as a team.
What do you feel? What is that attitude that you're trying to reach?
Just the fight for the win. Normally, Beulah's known for if the other team ever has a lead, it's over with. But he's taught us that if they score the first run, that's nothing. We're coming back and we're going to fight for the win.
Coach Flo, I like that. When did you guys come up with that nickname?
Wait, do what?
When did you come up with that nickname for him?
Coach Flo?
Or did he give that to himself?
Oh, Coach Flournoy. Whenever he said, you can call me Coach Flournoy, Coach Flo, and most people couldn't say Flournoy, so we all said Flo.
So what's one quirk that you guys usually see from Coach that maybe he doesn't know, but you guys talk about in the locker room that kind of makes you chuckle? I know he's right there.
His humor. His humor? Oh, he's kind of dry. He's a funny guy though, and he's funny looking. So.
You got an example? You got any stories that you like to tell the guys like to tell each other?
What's some stories? Oh, I remember Southside Selma. No. He kicked the water bottle about knocked somebody out. That's okay. We're wearing a helmet.
All right, next one. Thanks, man.
You're welcome.
I'll bring things back in a little bit. Personal goals and team goals for yourself.
Personal goal, we like to get better in my position, and team goals really be get to the playoffs, something we haven't done in a while, something we're really looking forward to do.
What's something that you've learned from Coach Flo that maybe you didn't know when you were coming up in 9th and 10th grade, but now he's kind of taught you as a senior that you can pass down to the younger guys?
that even when it looks like you're behind, like don't give up and like keep fighting, because even when you're behind, you can easily come back and you can be one step ahead of the other guy.
What's kind of made him different and something that stood out to all three of you guys?
That in previous coaches, you know, Coach Flo has made sure that we get what we're doing. Like in past coaches, we have people who like basically think that you know what you're doing, and Coach Flo wants to make sure that you know what you're doing. And he's willing to stay with you. He tells us all the time, if you have questions, just ask. So there's no such thing as a dumb question.
Is there a different feel because you came so close to making the playoffs last season? There's a different feel to this year?
It's way different feel because I know that we're better as a team because this time last year, like he said, you know, we were just putting in the offense, but now we know what we're doing. So we know we have better chances of winning those tight games we had last year, like Selma and Prattville.
So you guys are more than you guys have got to be excited to get this thing going.
Yes, sir.
Coach Flo, I thought we were at a basketball interview at Auburn University. I like that, Coach Flo. And over here, Scott Fields.
Hey, Jacob. You know, you hear Coach Flo talk about it. You know, he's putting the pressure on the O-line. He's saying that you guys are going to be the rock this year. What does that do for you guys as you're entering this next year?
Well, it really tells us to step up because last year, you know, we had some issues with the line, but this year I feel like we got a lot of those issues fixed. We got a lot of new and younger guys coming in, so us as senior linemen are able to help them get along and help them get better to where the O-line needs to be this year.
I got you. Well, with Lonzy stepping in, I know he's got a similar skill set towards Nolan, but you know, with a mobile dual threat kind of quarterback behind you, what's that do for the blocking schemes?
Well, first of all, you guys block a little bit better so he has time. But it really makes you feel more comfortable knowing, hey, if let's say you're blocking somebody and he gets by, you got a dual threat quarterback, you can just take off and run with it. It makes you feel a little bit better.
So actually, Caden, real quick. I just want to make you stand up again.
I know I'm cute, but
oh, come on. I'll say, yeah, I know you're handling the ball a little bit on the running back side. You know, you're going to be the main guy on linebacker too on defense. Can you talk a little bit about the pressure that's on you going into your senior year, being kind of the guy that's going to be all over the field for Beulah?
It's going to be kind of hard because I'm going to be on every snap of the ball, even special team. But it's really just a lot of pressure. But I think I could do it. I can handle it.
Well, Coach, we appreciate y'all coming in. The success that Beulah had last year has the community excited and the whole county excited. And we look forward to hearing from you on Friday nights and maybe some of your players. And good luck in the coming season. And we'll be back in about 30 seconds.
Okay, we're back at the Southern Union Southern Room, and one of the things that that is a consistent part of athletics in Lee County is Orthopedic Clinic. We've got John Rich here with us. John, tell us a little bit about what Orthopedic Clinic does with athletics in East Alabama.
Well, the Orthopedic Clinic, we provide sports medicine coverage for about 13 local high schools in the area. And, you know, we provide them with physician coverage. We provide them with athletic trainers for their events and some of their practices. And then we're able to, you know, provide them with great care for all their athletes. We provide them with office visits to physicals in the spring to, like I said, our event coverage throughout the school year.
Yeah, a lot of people don't realize that you guys usually have one or two guys at every game or in this area, right? Do you have like assignments like you're going to go to Auburn and Trent may go to Opelika, or how's that work?
Yeah, so we have 2 full-time athletic trainers, one at Auburn High School, one at Opelika High School, and then we have 6 graduate students that also help us out that are athletic trainers. And then on Friday nights, we always have at least one athletic trainer at all of our football games. And then, you know, depending on the physician's schedules, we're able to have, you know, those physicians at some of our schools on the sideline as well.
Well, I'm going to tell you something. You know, Jerry and I are football fanatics, and we love high school football maybe as much or more than college. And one of the great things about East Alabama is seeing someone from the Orthopedic Clinic on the sidelines, because we know that if somebody gets seriously injured, there's a professional there to make sure that everything's done properly. So many times a kid will get hurt, and before they get to the professional, somebody's already done something wrong. And you know, it's always kind of funny to see. Used to be Dr. Watley at Opelika, and you know, he would, if he went out on the field, you knew something was up.
Yeah.
But not only do y'all do that on the field, but you sponsor an awful lot of athletic activities in the area. And so tell us a little bit about that. What's your title?
Well, I'm actually the sports medicine coordinator. I've been doing it for the last 8 years. I took the position over from Terry Rosenthal, who had been doing it about 17 years before I got here. And you know, our doctors are big about supporting our community, especially our community athletics. We want to be out there. We want to be in the community. We want to be seen. But most and foremost, we want to make sure those athletes are taken care of. We've also had the opportunity to provide a lot of help to the City of Auburn, City of Opelika, and their Parks and Rec program as well. So we've kind of got our hands in it from the youth level all the way up through the high school level.
And like you said, it's not just a Friday night thing or a game night thing. You have a lot of Saturday morning and Sunday and Monday and Tuesday afternoons, and people coming in that are in rehab and just getting over bumps and bruises. And I know that one of the things that's happened over the years is I've noticed, and I'm sure Jerry and most everybody else has, is that these high schools that y'all deal with are better prepared for injuries and for rehab on their own without you, because y'all have taught them how to do it.
Yes, and our coaches have done a great job, you know, working with us and understanding the role of an athletic trainer in a sports medicine program to really, you know, make sure their kids are taken care of as well, and getting them to appointments to be seen by a physician, or making sure they've had the appropriate therapy and the things they need out at the high school. And then, you know, if they ever need me, I'm have the ability to go out there and check on them throughout the week as well.
Do you offer classes to the high school kids? I see a lot of high school kids that'll do the taping or something on the sideline. Do y'all give a lot of seminars to the high school kids that maybe down the road that's what they want to do?
Yeah, I've had the opportunity to go out to and speak to a bunch of our schools before, and we have a lot of kids that are interested in the program. And then some of our bigger programs like Auburn and Opelika, they actually have the ability to have student athletic trainers almost out there with the full-time people to, you know, just kind of learn the profession of athletic training and see if maybe that's a profession they want to go to in the future.
Right, and it's a very important part. As Eddie just said, you guys are real important on Friday nights, and I know the football coaches, the parents really appreciate y'all being out there, and we want to thank you for doing that.
Well, Thank
well,
you.
it's an amazing thing. Like I said earlier, it's an amazing thing to know that you have a professional, not just somebody that's going to go out there and feel of a leg or something, and say, "Oh, it's not broke, go back in." You know, that's what they used to do. I love hearing these older coaches talk because we're getting a lot of microphone noise. I love hearing these older coaches talk because that's when I played football, was back in the time that if you were down on the field and the coach came out, and we always laughed because we said if a bone wasn't sticking out of the leg, he'd just say, "You're not hurt, go back and play." But how fortunate we are as parents and as fans to have orthopedic clinic in particular, because you know, I know that there are a lot of orthopedic specialists across the state, but I don't think that there's any better than orthopedic clinic. A lot of us have grown up through the years with orthopedic clinic treating us and our kids and all the athletes, and we're just so happy. And I'm always excited to see the OC, orthopedic clinic, Opelika, you know, and I do the PA at Opelika Bulldog Stadium, so I don't get to many other stadiums. But to be able to see that logo up on our scoreboard, on our video board, you know, it's pretty exciting to me because we know, like I said, that we've got the best treating the best.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Is there anything that you'd like for our audience to know? Well, Jerry and I want you to come on the show one night and talk for a minute.
Okay.
And,
yeah, if I have a close game myself, I actually mainly through football season go out and cover Hanley High School up in Roanoke.
Okay.
And so we cover a lot of the schools in Randolph County as well. So, but if I'm close, I'd love to come on. And
well, I tell you what, since you're up in Randolph County, you know the telephones work.
Oh yeah.
And I know that you'll hit some dips and things every now and then, but we'd love to talk to you about the game you went to. Okay. And of course, we're kind of in a time now that coaches and us on radio can't really talk about the type of injury or anything like that. Legalities have stopped that. You know, we used to have coaches say things like, "Well, I think he broke his leg or his knee's messed up for the rest of his life."
Yeah.
Can't do that anymore.
No.
But we would certainly like to have you call us on Friday nights and give us a little your insight into the Hanley games, for instance.
Okay, definitely.
One other question, the big gorilla in the room, concussions.
Yes.
I would assume we're still doing major research to see maybe better helmets or better neck braces or something like that. They're still doing a lot of research on that, I would assume?
Yes, there is, and there's been a lot of different football helmet companies that have now come to, you know, you'll see them in the NFL, the different face masks or the different helmets, and so they're still doing a lot of research in the concussion world. But first and foremost, we got the athlete. If we don't see it happen, they've got to talk to us about it so that we can better treat that.
And also the coaches maybe have to change their tackling procedures.
We've been talking with John Rich from Orthopedic Clinic. We're about to go back live to some coaches. And John, thank you so much for being with us today, and we look forward to hearing from you again. Now we're going to go to D. Mark Mitchell as he introduces Beauregard High School.
All right, welcome back to the East Alabama High School Media Days, presented by Kicker FM and the Orthopedic Clinic. We hope you've enjoyed everything so far. We've had a wonderful start to our 2018 event, that our first annual, that we hope to have many more in the future. Our next school up, as you heard Eddie say on the radio, is the Beauregard Hornets. Coach Rob Carter is the coach here. Coach Carter took over at Beauregard in 2014. Had quite a run since he's been at head coach at Beauregard, winning 41 games, losing only 7, winning the school's first ever state championship in 2016, 2 straight region titles. Last season's the Hornets won the region title, finished 10-2. And with no further ado, I bring in Coach Rob Carter of the Beauregard Hornets. Coach.
Thank you, D. Mark. And this is outstanding. You know, to experience this and have this opportunity, it kind of makes us feel like we're in the SEC. And I know that's what y'all are meaning to do, and it does. Makes me a little nervous up here. With me, I've got Drew Copeland, senior offensive lineman, defensive lineman, and Kyle Hughley, running back, linebacker. And that's exactly the way we play, both ways. And that's what we've done since I've been there, changed the culture a little bit. Instead of going one way, we've gone two, and you'll see most of our players on both sides of the ball, which, we try to get the best 11 on the field. And it tends to, we actually play probably more that way because of making sure they're not tired. We've had a great run in the last 4 years. We want to continue that. We came in and we built this program, and that's where we want to be, competitive every year. Kind of be the guy that was a target when we were in region play. We've gone back and forth between regions, but that's where I want these guys to understand hard work gets you every day, and that's what they've done this summer. I guess the big question you see last year, for the last 3 years, we lost some pretty talented individuals, on the team, and it's just like I say, next man up sort of deal. It's time for you guys to make their name. Like Drew has played, he'll be the second year a starter on the offensive line, and you'll see a lot more action on the defensive line. Kyle played primarily defense last year. Now you'll see him at running back and at linebacker. So you got both of the guys got a tough road ahead of them. They've got to get in shape, and that's what we've done this summer. Like I said, these two are our leaders. Offensive line-wise, you can't say enough. You better be good up there, or you won't be able to move the football. That's where it starts. And, that's sort of where my roots are, I understand. And Drew leads that group, and he does it especially by his efforts. We'll see if y'all talk to him what he says. He's kind of quiet. And, of course, he comes from great bloodlines. His daddy's Glenn Copeland. Maybe he can bring us more state championships through his bloodlines. Kyle, can't say enough. Works his tail off. He is the vocal leader on that defense. He is that quarterback over there, along with some others. His efforts in the weight room and other activities, from wrestling, you name it. He's always a go-getter, and he's a perfect example for the young men that are following. I don't know exactly what you want me to say. We look forward. We've changed regions. We went from a northern region, Region 4. We gone to Region 2. That puts us in the category with a Greenville, Charles Henderson, Rehoboth, Valley, which will go south too with us, Tallahassee, that may be all with us. There's 17 regions. So again, we've gone 4 years up there, and then we'll go down south. We've done that throughout my career, my 12 years at Beauregard. So it's, new venues we'll travel to, and new teams. So we really doesn't have, but it's not really a rival game, and that's kind of disappointing to us because we've played so many different people through the years. We don't have that, I guess you'd say, that rival with another team in that group, but we know we've got some excellent teams we got to face to get back to where we were last year and where we've been. Any questions or from me or?
We do have some questions, Coach. We're going to start it up here, and we'll come around for the players too.
How you doing, Coach?
I'm good.
Just starting out, can we get how many seniors you have and returning starters?
Hey, that's a good question. I hadn't really counted them. It was 18 seniors. I've got 3 returning starters on both sides of the ball, 3 on offense, 3 on defense.
So you said 18 seniors, right?
Right.
What does that experience mean when you have that many guys coming back that have had that experience under you?
Well, I mean, they've been involved in the program. They're used to, everything from the simple stuff you might not think of, travel, to game plans, on Friday, the demeanor of the kids, those sort of things are very important in the season. But just understanding our work ethic and our routines and all that, and being able to help a young kid that may not know without having a coach do it, they do it. This class has been real good about that. So that experience helps with the young kids and anything we're going to face.
I'm assuming most of them were part of that team that won the state title. How did winning that state title change the program, either for the better, I'm sure it wasn't for the negative, but how does winning a state title change the way you guys approach the next season and, the future years?
Well, as a coach, I think forever, you sit there and you dream about it, you tell the kids they can reach it, and then when you finally do, it makes not only those players but your community to believe, and the more support you get from around that community helps you. So, I mean, I see it as just a goal that's possible to be reached, and the kids believe it when they hear it from us, and they understand what we did to get there, so they work even harder.
You had 1 or 2 guys graduate this past year.
Yeah.
How about the guys coming up? Who do we see? Who do we see stepping up into those roles?
Well, I mean, I think right here to my right, I mean, Kyle Ugley, you're going to see toe to mail for us or run the football, and you'll see that he's an excellent runner. That's probably the biggest question mark. You know, you replace LaDamian Webb. You go, how you replace him? Well, you put a different kid in like we do. Kyle's a good one. He's a different style runner. You know, very powerful runner, less of the, you know, the loose hips downfield, but lower your shoulder, you know, run through you type. But he'll do an excellent job over there. You lost a quarterback. That's still at question. You know, Ja'Kias Holmes lost like 2 or 3 games his whole career. You know, that's still up for who's going to play that position. So, I mean, you go to defensive back, you lost Dayton Thomas. It's, you know, furthering his college career. It's really good, but we're strong in the defensive back. That is one of our strengths as far as defense. But, you know, those guys right there, and not counting Preston Johnson at center, that snapped the ball for the last, you know, few years is key, because he's got to be 100% passing, you know, throw it between his legs. Those things right there are 4 guys that, you know, we expect to be replaced. They're going to be tough to be replaced. You know, we got some young kids in other spots, in secondary and receivers. You know, of Isaiah McKissick is a big, you know, big name receiver, and he'll make big plays for us. We're going to build a program a little, no different. We're going to run the football, but you're going to see us giving opportunities a lot, you know, more to stretch the field with some verticals with him. So.
Well, having a culture of winning does help in that.
It does. It does, absolutely.
I know you described tactically, but how do you describe the makeup of this team in comparison to last year, how it's different? If you could maybe describe it in one word and why.
I mean, just carryover. I mean, it's very similar. These guys are real close with that group. You know, the closeness and the team effort is going to be there the same as it was. I mean, it's just a group that's just carrying over, you know, tradition. This group is not doing anything different. They are definitely understand. They don't have any doubts. That's I guess one of the things about winning of any team that we're going to face. You don't hear that. Used to. You know, I can remember building the program or starting the program. We worry about people on the schedule, and you don't hear any of that. That's not our concern. I mean, they know what they've got to do, and they know what teams are going to really be competitive or tough. And but this group has just carried over the feeling that we had from the last group.
What are some of the goals that you guys have talked about going into this year that you'd like to achieve?
I mean, well, like we always do. You know, you got game one, you got to get prepared. I mean, that's what our emphasis is right now. Naturally, yeah, you want to win your region. You want to make the playoffs. You want to win a state championship. You know, all those goals haven't changed for us.
All right, guys, here's your chance. Yeah, why don't you, Kyle, why don't you kind of step up to the podium there? I got a couple questions for you. Well, give me a second here. There we go. Talk a little bit about your role and what you see your role is on this team.
I feel like my role is to be a leader and help all these guys get prepared for this season coming up, because we have a lot of new guys and a lot of people who could step up, but they also need help along with me. I don't know everything, but we're all working together to get it all figured out as a team.
What do you see as the strength of this team?
A strength? A lot of people wanting to learn, a lot of people wanting to take that first step and that last step to win everything.
Well, you've been there before when championships have been won. Knowing how it's done, how much of a help is that?
It's a lot of help, because we know what steps to take to get back there. It's just a matter of doing them.
You see guys like LaDamian going to Mississippi State, and then you also got your teammate, you know, going to UAB. What do you get from that when you have teammates that are going to schools to play football? Obviously, that's probably one of your goals too as well. So what do you learn from them when they do something like that?
Just work hard. We all want to get there. It's just a matter of how we get there and when we're going to get there.
What was it like watching LaDamian as a running back, but also knowing that you're the next guy up, that you have a chance to fill his shoes and possibly surprise a lot of people and do maybe better than he did as well?
He was somebody I could learn from, because he was really elusive. I'm more of, I want to hit you. That's me. But learning a few things from him helped me out, moves here and there. But he was a good back to learn from, and I feel like I could fill his shoes pretty well.
Okay, Drew, your turn. Okay, I don't have to adjust it so much. All right, talk about the O-line. and how things are looking for the season.
Oh yes, sir. It's me, one of the returning starters, and plus one other that played a lot. So, like from last year, I remember when I first started playing, we had Preston Johnson as our center, as our returning starter. Him being as leader, hopefully I can fill in his shoes and hopefully make sure like I can lead the team. I mean, lead the O-line and the others can learn.
What's the feel about coming into this season? I mean, this is you guys have been winning, new guys stepping up. What's the feel? You know, from the practice you've had, just the general attitude.
That we're all trying to learn and we're trying to do our best and all that. And I know through Coach Meadows as a O-line coach that that he's making sure that everybody learning, and even the guys that are ninth graders, they're getting reps, and we're trying to make sure that we're going to be able to do our jobs. So.
What's the best thing you've seen, you know, in the early practice and everything? What's the best thing, the thing that you've seen that you like the most?
The effort. That none of us stop, and I know Coach Carter's makes sure that we have a fourth quarter mentality through our practices and all that.
All right, we're listening to Beauregard Hornets. We got Scott Fields from the Opelika Auburn News.
Actually, Kyle, this is for you real quick. I know this is a new year. You know, we're not going to focus on the past, but you know, you do have the unenviable task of replacing LaDamian and Jacob Calloway at running back. But you also are going to be the new, you know, household name when it comes to linebackers with Jacob and Hunter as well. You know, being in that dual role, what kind of capacity do you think you're going to really have to play for the team on offense and defense?
On offense and defense, I think top notch is always asked. You know, always go that extra mile and do that extra thing, and always be a leader for my teammates.
With a couple of new inside linebackers working in, you know, what are you kind of really having to do to help bring them along on the defense? I know you got a lot of defensive line talent and, of course, the DBs as well, but, you know, with a couple of extra linebackers stepping in, what's the message to these guys that they're going to have to play more significant roles this year?
I think I'd always tell them work hard, work even harder, because nothing's ever good enough. And always play as hard as you can. It's going to be fun. It's going to be hard. As long as we get the job done, I'll help as much as I can anywhere I can.
Actually, back for you, Drew, real quick. No. Yeah. Last couple of years, you had Jakias back there at quarterback. You know, you're going to be looking at a new signal caller. You know, what's the kind of new developments are you going to be looking at as far as blocking schemes to make sure that you can basically get this new guy rolling in there?
Oh, yes, sir. I know Jakias and plus Damon, they were such great leaders that it made our jobs more easier. But now, since we're having a new crew going through, it's going to really show out our leadership through our team and all that. And our effort.
It's for both players. We're always asking the coach to talk about the players. What's a quirk about the coach that stands out to you guys? Something funny? Is there any guys on the team that can do his impersonation?
Not that I know of. Not that I've seen. Yeah.
What about Kyle? Anything? I tried. Obviously, you guys have 18 seniors who are a close bunch. Who was the glue in the locker room? You know, the funny guy, the guy that keeps everyone together, keeps everything lighthearted. Because when you're in the middle of 2 days in the summer heat in the South, obviously, it can get pretty tense. But who's the guy that kind of relieves that pressure for y'all?
I know one of them is Jared McDonald and Zip Whitlow. Yep. So yeah.
Cool. All right. Thank you.
Any more questions from anybody? Oh, I'm sorry. Jerry Bavaro.
Hey, Jerry Bavaro. I'm with the High School Kicker Show. This is Coach Carter. It's a new year, new classifications. Have you guys are remain in the same classification? And can you tell us some of the new teams that are in your region that have moved out, or maybe new teams have moved in?
Right. Yeah, we stayed 5A. We did drop to the Region 2, which is south, which we start from Dothan area, Rehoboth. We move up to Carroll Ozark, come into Charles Henderson, Greenville. Tallahassee moved up from 4A into 5A with us, and then Valley and us. So, that is new to us. So that'll be a whole different routine on Fridays when we travel as far as, going different areas, and we're going south. So, these guys, I don't think we're on those teams that went south the last time we were in that southern region, but that'll be the new thing that we have, an obstacle to kind of overcome on Fridays.
All right, well, Coach Rob Carter and the Beauregard Hornets, we really appreciate you being with us today. And the last time you stepped into Jordan-Hare Stadium, you walked away with the big blue trophy, and hope you're there again this year. Good luck this season, and we'll be back in 30. All right, we're back here live at Southern Union at the Southern Room. What a great day it's been so far, Jerry.
Yeah, it's good to see all the players and the coaches here, and Coach Carter. Good to see Coach Carter. He has probably the biggest, I think, in my opinion, the biggest question of the year. When you lose probably one of the best running backs been in East Alabama in the last 30 years, in Webb. Got a lot of shoes to fill, but he lost his defensive coordinator. He's now the head coach of Smith Station, Coach Glisson. So a lot of questions about the Beauregard program, but they still got a lot of talent. And I look for them to make another deep run into the playoffs.
Well, one of the things that he said that is very prevalent to the Hornets this year is they know how to win. These two guys stood up there, the two players, and I think they all are embarrassed to stand up there and talk, but they both said the same thing, just like all these other players have said. We're seniors, we're the leaders. We got to show these other guys who are going to be the Hornets of the future how to practice, how to play, how to react to everything that goes on so that it's not something new to them. They're ready for it.
Right. They've seen it going down the fourth quarter when the game's tied. You need that one big drive. They've done it. A lot of those kids were sophomores when they won the state championship. Probably a lot of them played. So it's good to have experience. It's good to have experience of winning. Beauregard has established that now. They got one of the top programs in 5A. Look for them to always make a deep run at the playoffs. The big question is who's going to replace Webb. They got to replace the quarterback. They only got 3 returning and offensively, so that's going to be the big question. Can they move the football like they have in the last 2 or 3 years?
Yeah, and they got a pretty good core coming back, though. Didn't he say 18 seniors coming back?
18, so that's a lot of kids. For 5A, that's a good amount of kids and probably a lot of good leadership. Just got to get the kids. They open up with a very tough game.
Yeah, that's pretty tough. And
there's going to be a lot of kids on that offensive side that hadn't yet played big minutes, so that's going to be a big test.
And they've moved into a pretty tough region. You know, their first 3 games are Benjamin Russell, Eufaula, who's always tough, and then Valley's going to be much improved this year. They're going to be really good. Rehoboth, Charles Henderson's always tough. Then Montgomery Catholic, Greenville, who
always good. A lot of college talent.
They split last year. Greenville beat Beauregard in the first game last year, and Beauregard beat them in the playoffs. They're at Carroll, and then end the season with Tallahassee.
Well, and people forget Carroll, if I'm not mistaken, might have only had 1 loss going to the playoffs.
That's right.
Ranked up there in the top 5. So I've played down there in their stadium. It's a very hot stadium. It's down in a hole. It's a tough place to win. I don't know.
It is.
Are they going on the road to Carroll, or
yes,
are they playing at home?
They're at Carroll.
That's going to be a tough one. That's probably going to be a key
down
matchup.
in Ozark, Alabama.
Key matchup to see who wins the region.
You reckon people can hear our teeth chattering?
It's cold.
Here, isn't it?
Next break, I'm getting a jacket.
And we got Coach Mike Glisson coming up from Smith Station. Like you said, he was at Smith Station. I mean, at the Beauregard last year, DC. He got a lot of experience. He's been at Glenwood. He's been coaching for 28 years, and Smith Station is one of those schools that is one of the larger schools in the state. They've got a load of talent, and they just need somebody to come in and tap that talent.
Right. In the last 4 or 5 years, they've always been a very physical, a pretty good 7A football team. But in the last 3 or 4 years, they have lost their road to how to do it. Coach Glisson, spent many years at Auburn High.
Right.
Went to Beauregard, was very successful. Coach Glisson, I talked to him earlier in the summer. He said it's going to be a couple of years of work, but he said they got enough talent. They just got to get them out of the hallways and then onto the football field. A lot of them are just quit playing because they didn't like the losing part. He's got to get those kids back out there.
Well, he's going to go through what Buster Daniel went through last year, being a head coach of a team, a good coach of a team that has a lot of potential but has never been tapped. And those kids that don't have and this is what happened at Beulah. You got a coach that came in that is a very good coach. He got their attention. They only won a few games, but you know what? They'd only won 2 in the past 2 or 3 years.
It's a building block.
That's right.
Just keep on adding more blocks to that building before you know you got a nice solid building. Unlike basketball, you just bring in 2 studs. You could turn around a program in a minute. But football, you need about 9 or 10 solid football players, and another 10 to 15 that'll do what they're supposed to do, and you can get a turnaround, but it takes a lot of hard work at football.
That's right, and every single player has to do their job. I think this is one of the things that most college coaches talk about on a regular basis is you can't have a defensive end that takes that fake and crashes in, and all of a sudden you got a running back that's around the outside and he's scoring a touchdown because you didn't do your job. You don't have to be in on every tackle. You don't have to touch the ball every time. As long as you're doing your job and your team is successful, and they will be. And one of the things that you notice about Beulah this year, and you'll notice about Valley, is that the success that they had last year, and believe me, winning 3 games at Valley or 3 games at Beulah last year was very, very successful. And for them, that breeds hard work in the off season, because now they know, hey, this guy came in and told me if I do this, we can win.
Yeah, and also it helps that those players know that coach came in from Central.
That's right.
They know Central football.
That's right.
And they say, hey, this coach knows how to win, and we're going to listen to him. We're going to trust him. And as you can see, Coach Flo, they call him, he shows a lot of love to these kids,
right,
and they love him. They're going to play for him. You got to love your coach, or else you ain't going to play for him.
Well, and then the same thing is going to happen at Smith Station, and that's where we started talking about Coach Glisson coming in as the new head coach, and he's going into a program that was at best sporadic. Now, you know, they're one of those teams that everybody hates to play because they beat you up, and they're really a hard-nosed team every year. But what they've had is head coaches coming in with totally different ideas about how to win ball games, and they've had a hard time being consistent. And that's the same thing that has happened at Valley over the years. Is this is the first time in quite some time that Valley's had the same head coach in 2 years in a row.
Yeah, that's very important, and that's what Smith State's got to do. They got to just give Coach Glisson some time. He said they've been working hard in the weight room. They brought an offensive lineman that looks like he's about 6'6" and about 275. He's a monster, good-looking kid. So Smith Station's always had talent. They've had many kids play major college football. They're going to have some more. Coach Glisson's just got to get them going to his system, and they'll turn it around.
And one of the things that I think is really important is the community needs to buy in to his system also. That's what you've seen happen in Beulah and Valley, and now it's got to happen in Smith Station so that the community sees these kids out there, and what they tell them is, you need to be working your butt off because we want to win football games.
They see some progress. The sponsorships are going to start rolling in.
All right, now we're going to go up to the podium.
Next school, Smith Station High School, and I know the community's really excited. Fresh new coach in, and there's been a lot of excitement around the program. Coach Mike Glisson, he is bringing with him 28 years of coaching experience, spent a couple of years at Glenwood as a head coach back in the late 90s. Most recently was an assistant coach at Beauregard from 2015 through 2017 and helped lead the Hornets to first ever state championship in 2016. And before that, worked under Coach Tim Carter at Auburn High as an assistant from 2006 to 2014. Please welcome Coach Mike Glisson and the Smith Station Panthers.
Thank you, and good morning. This is great. I think this first year of this thing's going to grow and grow and grow, and it's going to get better. And I tell you, the kicker, and they just do an outstanding job. And this is so great to have a platform like this for you get to know us and us to get to know you. I am at Smith Station, excited about what's going on. From the day I've got in there, the kids have worked very hard. They've had great attitudes, and I couldn't be more excited. Our kids are, they've been through a lot. You know, if you are a freshman at Smith Station High School, I am your third head coach if you're a senior now. All right, and these guys sitting right here, they're seniors, and they've been through, I'm the third head coach, you know, and that's tough on kids. And so to come in and find a bunch of kids that are ready to go to work, that'll buy into what you're doing, and welcome you, and you know, get their friends to come out. We've gotten a lot more kids out than they've had in the last couple of years, and I'm just excited about our future at Smith Station. I guess I'm ready for questions. Y'all are. Well, the biggest challenge is simply to get the kids to believe in themselves and to believe in each other. You know, when you've struggled like they have, or like we have, I should say, for the last 2 years, you know, it's tough. And you have a lot of doubt in the back of your mind. You know, you hear a lot of people talking about changing the culture. It's a culture, but the main thing is, you know, every day they got to have a way to see the positive. And so we developed the motto, win the day, which simply means whatever we're doing that day, get better at what we're doing and get better every day. And, you know, our kids have bought into that. We've worked this summer. They have worked unbelievably. We've pushed them very hard. I was fortunate enough to hire a tremendous coaching staff, guys that I didn't think when I got this job I could hire. But I've been able to hire them. They wanted to come be a part of turning something around. I've been very fortunate in that. But, you know, the main thing is, like I said, we got to get the kids to believe in themselves and each other and believe in us. I mean, it's a process. It's not going to happen overnight.
What's maybe something that's surprised you that you weren't expecting when you took over this program?
I've told a lot of people this. You go into a program that was 0-10 last year, really not in a football game all year long, in a close football game. We went out there the first day of spring, and I watch them run around, and I'm like, oh, okay. We finally get out there in pads, and we come in and have a meeting at the end of that day. And I have a coach named Blair Armstrong who's been coaching for 35, 40 years. He's been a head coach in 2 states, great coach. And I looked at him, and I said, Coach, that don't look like 0-10 kids to me. And he said, Coach, it doesn't me either. And so that was the prize. We're more athletic than I thought we'd be. We're bigger than I thought we'd be. Their attitudes, like I said, you know, you think about it, you're on your third head coach in your high school career. Here comes a new guy with new thoughts. And, you know, it could be a really tough situation for the kids to kind of join in and go to work, and it wasn't that way at all. I have tremendous kids that have bought in and they're working, and so it's been fantastic.
Does that maybe get you excited to be their new head coach?
Oh yeah, oh yeah. I you know, and our numbers are up. I think we got last count, we got 129 7th and 8th graders. We got about 50 9th graders, and we'll start fall practice with about 75 varsity kids. And so the numbers are up. It's exciting, and people are buying in. The community's ready for a change. They're ready to right the ship, so to speak, and so everything has been positive so far.
Can you talk a little bit about the guys that we should be looking for?
Well, two of them are up here. DJ Moffitt here, he's going to play, it's really a outside linebacker. We call it a defensive end in what we run, and he's going to play running back too. He's a tremendous athlete, and I feel sure that somebody's going to offer him a chance to play at the next level because he's got that kind of ability. Chad Strickland is an O-lineman. He's mainly going to be an O-lineman. He might have to play a little D-line because we just simply, lineman-wise, we're not as deep as I'd like for us to be. But Chad's young man also has 399, 398. Which one is it? 398 GPA. He's going to have a chance to go play at the next level as well. On the O-line, I have another senior who's a offensive tackle. He's about 6'3.5", about 295. Cameron Jones, he's going to be a tremendous player for us. We've got some younger guys on the O-line as well, some juniors who will do a good job for us, Tony Bond and Tristan Goebel, as well as Kobe Collins. Quarterback still up in the air. We got a battle going on for it. Somebody's got to win the job. Nobody's won it yet. We got some receivers that I'm excited about. One of them is, I call him Dre Cooper, but it's Keandre Cooper, and he's going to be a good player. He's a basketball guy we got out. Didn't play last year. Carter Duke's another one. He's a receiver, plays baseball. He's a good athlete. And then on defense, we got Isaiah Broaders to do a good job up front. And then Darrell Morgan will be the other side from DJ, and you talking about two athletic kids out there causing some problems with those two. In the secondary, we got QB Ashford, and we got DJ Miller, Caleb Coleman, Jordan Brooks. And at linebacker, Hunter Ryan and Jordan Jones, who's a young kid, and I'm gonna tell you what, he's gonna be a sophomore. And I would say Jordan would be one of the best sophomores around this area. He's going to be a tremendous player. And those are just some of the guys off the top of my head, but we got a lot of them that's going to play. We're going to play a lot of kids, some both ways. We're not going to start anybody both ways, but we're going to play some both ways. L.C. Harris at running back, he's one of our running backs that play only running back. But like DJ will rotate in there, and so will Jordan Jones, so will T.J. Morgan, Kyron Hall. Kyron will start on defense as well. There's a lot of guys that'll rotate in.
What is going to be the key to get things off to a good start? Get the guys. Sounds like the guys believe in themselves already.
They did. Last night we went and did 7-on-7, and 7-on-7 does not indicate how you're going to do in a football game. I'm not saying that at all. But I like the way we go about it. I like the way we compete. And they felt good about themselves last night. We left because they knew they competed. They knew they did pretty good. We made mistakes, sure we did. But overall, it was a very positive evening for us. And so, I think the big thing is you've got to have some success early. When you come in there and you work them and you work them like we've worked them, and they go out there and we have some success early, the sky's the limit. And that's important.
You mentioned how hard it is having 3 coaches in 4 years. How do you build that trust with the seniors when you have such a limited amount of time to do that?
Well, good or bad, what you see is what you get with me, and I think they've learned that. And the coaches I've hired are that way. And we got, like I said, we got some older guys that are experienced. We got some mid-level guys, and then we got some young guys. And everybody brings something to the table. The older guys like me, we bring experience. We bring dealing with kids for years. And then you got the mid-level guys that have some of that, and you got the young guys that relate real well to the kids because they're younger, they're closer to their age, and I think that's important. But like I said, with me, you see what you get. I'm pretty honest with them. I don't sugarcoat anything with them, and they know when they do wrong, I'm gonna come down on them, and when they do right, I'm gonna pat them on the back. And that's what kids want nowadays. They just want you to be fair with them.
Well, have you ever had to change your coaching style? Because we heard your pedigree when you first started. How has it changed from when you first started to all the way now being at Smith Station in the first year?
How does it change? Well, I think nowadays you have to get to know each individual kid. You have to get to know what makes that kid work. Kids still want discipline. Kids still want you to push them. They don't like it, but they want you to. They know you care about them when you're pushing them and when you're being hard on them. They know you care about them. But you do, nowadays I think it's more individualized coaching, and you have to get to know the kids. You have to get to know. There's some kids you can holler at and they'll knock that wall down. And I'll use this for example. I was at Beauregard the last 3 years. Kyle Hughley, who was just up here. If you holler at Kyle Hughley, somebody's fixing to get hurt, and it ain't going to be Kyle, all right, because he's going to play football. But then there's kids you put your arm around and say, hey, I need you to do this. And they're going to do it. And as a coach, that's your job. As a teacher, that's your job. Find out how those kids react to whatever it is you're going to put before them and use the things that you get the most out of those kids.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Coach, one quick question for me, and then I'll hand things over to the new voice of the Panthers. Scheduling-wise, I know Smiths has played last year probably the toughest schedule in the state, probably aside from Hoover. How do you look at the schedule moving forward? Because the region it is in, we talk about SEC football. I mean, that region is so tough. Do you want to – how's your scheduling, I guess, looking ahead? Have you thought about that and kind of some different teams you might want to get on the schedule?
Well, I mean, I like our schedule. And one reason I like our schedule, our non-region games are very close. And with every program, you need to make some money, first of all. And if you play people close by, your crowds tend to be better. We're playing Russell County, which is very close. I think that'll be a good crowd for us. Valley, very close. That'll be a good. And Valley and Smith Station through the years has been a traditional rivalry. It used to be really a good rivalry for years. They hadn't played as much lately, and then we're playing Stanhope Elmore, who's about an hour away. That's not bad. And then we play Eufaula, which really used to be a Smith Station rivalry back when they were in the same classification, which has been several years. But that again, that's good. I would like for us to be able to have some variety. Like when the schedule originally started, we had a Columbus school or two that we had to drop because of Georgia's schedule backs up a week the second year. So we want to try to play people who are close by, but we also want to play people. We want to play people who are quality opponents, because when you get into our region, you better be ready to play, because if you're not, it's going to be tough.
Coach, and I know the locker room culture and building that program up has obviously been the focus, but what can we expect to see from Smith Station this year from the schematic standpoint on offense and defense?
Well, on defense, we're going to be multiple. We're going to be multiple. It depends on what you do on offense, what kind of front we run. But Coach Armstrong and that side of the football, those guys do a great job. And you might see an even front, you might see an odd front, depending on what you're doing on the defensive side. On the offensive side, people say spread, and everybody goes, "Oh Lord, spread." That don't mean we're going to throw it every down. I promise you, we're not, because I coach O-line. We're going to run the football. That's what we're going to do. We're going to throw it when the opponent allows us to throw it. We're going to run it. But we want to be physical on both sides of the ball, and we want to play fast on both sides of the ball. Well, the way to be physical is you're going to practice physical, and we're going to do that. And the way to be fast is the kids, they don't need to think. It needs to be, they know what to do. They don't have to think. They go after it 100 miles an hour. But to answer your question, like I said, multiple on defense and spread on offense, but run the football.
All right, Coach, thanks. We'll get some players up today.
Let me adjust this. Chad, can you talk about the different feel this year with Coach Lisson coming in?
This year it seems like we've grown as a team, as a family better. Coach Lisson's brought a lot of that. It feels like we just have a better connection with him. He's straightforward with us. He doesn't sugarcoat it like you said, and it's just the team has been more unified and working together through these past few months this summer.
What's the attitude going into? It's like you guys can't wait to get in, or what is it?
We can't wait. We're ready for the season. We're ready to do our best against each team, taking it 1 week at a time.
Because I know last season had to be pretty frustrating.
Yes, sir. It was sometimes difficult to keep going, but just look forward, look to the next week. Don't think about last week, but just keep moving forward.
What have you liked that you've seen X's and O's wise from the practices and from the workouts you guys have done?
Just working hard. The people don't seem to be giving up. Like last year, people during the season, even during the summer, kind of felt like some people didn't care about it. But this year, it seems to be different. It seems to be unified.
What about on the field? The guys that the guys that have stepped up in practice. Who did you see that said that this is the leadership roles?
I'd say some of the quarterbacks that are trying to come up, they're really trying to keep the team together. They're telling everyone to hustle, and like me, I try to just lead by example, try to make everyone do what they're supposed to do and hustle to the ball. DJ, he's a strong leader because he does everything when you tell him to. He does everything right, and a lot of people look up to people like us.
You got to like that part of it, don't you?
Yes, sir. I do.
Okay, DJ. Oh. Okay, yeah. How about you? What's the difference? What's the feel for you this season as compared to last?
I mean, it's different, but we all been working hard, so I like it better.
Wow. What is the general attitude from everybody going in after seeing what you guys have seen in spring workouts, getting fall going? What's the general attitude?
I seen we don't be joking around no more. We just all get to it and we work harder every day.
What's your favorite part about your new coach?
Yeah, he don't sugarcoat like he said, and he make us work hard, and then
And he kind of reiterated that too. He said, players like to be pushed. Are you seeing that welcome from your teammates, and everybody's kind of just lifting each other up?
Yeah, he pushes, and when we don't, he yell and stuff, and everybody, we just get back to it.
There's a different vibe this summer.
Yes.
You said what you see is what you get. What have you seen, and what have you gotten so far from Coach?
He had
Pretend he's not here right now. What's the locker room vibe as you guys kind of head into this last year, your senior year, adjusting to a new situation, another new coach, but also the same goal in mind to be the best team you could possibly be?
We had a rough past experience, and we don't want to go through that no more, so we just been pushing.
Thank you.
We got Smith Station. We got a couple of questions after Van.
Well, DJ, I got one more for you. I think this is an easy one for you. Your brother's such a good player at Smith Station in the years past. Talk about, you lean on him for any advice, especially on defense. I know he was a machine.
I talk to him every day, and we've been working out together since we were growing up, and I used to always go to him for help. So when he down here for the summer, I just keep talking to him, and then when he leave, I just call him or FaceTime.
All right, this is actually for Chad. So going into Smith Station, this is your senior year. Obviously, you're familiar with the backyard brawl. They call it the Iron Bowl of 7-day football. How is that team mindset different from any other opponent that you face in this season?
Only way it's different is because how close they are. We take every team the same way. We don't think just because we're playing this team or that team that we need to go in it, I say, a different mindset. We need to do our best against every team, not just because they're this team. It doesn't matter. We need to try our hardest, do our best against whoever we face.
Well, Chad, going into this year, you know, you guys lost a few leaders from last year, DeAndre Williams, Sterling Evilsizer, and such. You know, when you're going into this year with an influx of all these new players that are coming onto the roster, you know, as a senior, what does that do for you? What kind of leadership do you need to provide to these new guys coming out on the team?
Just need to set the example on the field and in the weight room. Just when everyone else is getting tired, whatnot, just step the team up. Just get everyone together. Just that's how. Yeah.
I think we got one more from Mr. Eddie Owens.
So I'd like for both of you to stand up for just a second and answer this question. After going through 3 head coaches, and I guess you're the 3rd head coach in 4 years, and going through a season that was miserable, I mean absolutely miserable for you, you know, you guys realize that as seniors with a new coach that's going to be there a while and who has the work ethic that he does and is passing that work ethic along to you, that you're building a legacy that you may not win a state championship this year, but in 4 years or 3 years or 2, what you do in your leadership role this year may be what causes that. How do you feel about that?
I feel good about that, like setting up for the future, for the future of the program. It just feels good to be the new start, I guess.
And work hard every day. I'm not going through that season again.
All right, that's going to wrap it up, guys. Smith Station, Coach Bisson, we thank you. Guys, thank you. That wraps up Smith Station, and we'll take a short break, and we'll be back with our next school. Thank you.
we're back on at Southern Union in the Southern Room, and what a great day we're having so far. Van, first of all, I want to thank you and iHeart and Kicker for, and I'm talking with Van Riggs, about putting this on. This is something that's unique for this area. It's the first time it's ever happened, and how wonderful it is to see these coaches and players get up there and talk about the upcoming seasons. Everybody's so excited.
Well, I have to give a little brief shout out to Coach Caleb Ross, who was at Opelika last year. We were sitting there talking one day, and he says, "You know, have y'all ever thought about doing a media days over here?" And I said, "Well, you know," I said, "some people have tried to do something similar to it in the years past, and we got to looking at the way Mobile and Baldwin County have been doing it for years, and it's very successful there." So, you know, I talked to Josh Bean with AL.com, who helped put it on down there, and they said, "Well, we've got all the coaches that come to the coaches show on Wednesday night. We should be able to pull this off." So it's something we found a great venue here at Southern Union. You couldn't ask for a better setup here than we have at Southern Union. Already we see some things, you know, we'll change for next year and do differently, but that's with anything you do the first time. So it's a lot of fun. The coaches were, very receptive to it right away. They were excited about it, and you know, we've got some people here that are new coaches too.
Yeah, a lot of them
that will be making appearances. We just heard from one, Coach Glisson from Smith Station. Also coming up, Coach L.C. Cole will be here in a little bit. He had to take over at Lochapoka.
Right.
Their coach last season fell ill, and he had to take over as an assistant coach. So he'll be there leading them this year. We'll hear from him. And then coming up tomorrow, Springwood just named their head coach, Coach Gartman.
Yeah, that was quick.
He will be here this week. He was officially named coach on Monday. So for some of these coaches, it'll be the first time they've met with the media. So it's really exciting.
Well, there's something else going on in your life that's different. I know it's got to be you got mixed emotions because Smith Station's probably going to be a lot better this year, and you've been the voice of Smith Station radio for, what, 5 years?
Well, this was going to be year 10.
Oh, 10?
Yeah, it's been that long.
Oh, man.
I know.
And
yeah.
So now Van will be the new voice of the Opelika Bulldogs on Friday nights, along with your color man, Spence McCracken.
Yeah, and he was going to be here too, but he's out of town, so we're looking forward to that. That's going to be fun, and looking forward to seeing a different different style of football and different teams each Friday night. And of course, been familiar with Opelika, kind of being the producer behind the scenes for the broadcast since I've worked at the radio station, and with me currently on Kicker anyway, it's a great fit, and I'm looking forward to it, and I'm excited, and I can't wait. First, I wish we got a home game sooner than the third or fourth game of the season, but
and we only have 4 home games.
I know, only 4. Central's on there. That's going to be a good home game, but I'm looking forward to it. Went up to the stadium a few weeks ago and got some equipment out, and I was looking out there going, I'm ready for football.
So a lot of people may not know that it's not just Kicker, but iHeart here in Auburn-Opelika area is several stations, and how many different stations carry football in the iHeart network here?
Well, we're going to have 3 broadcasts that we're going to produce coming up this fall. We've got Smith Station on Mix, Opelika on Kicker, and on WCJM The Bull in Valley. We're going to West Point, Lynette Valley area. We're going to be covered Valley this fall. That's on 100.9. So
and something interesting about that is it's going to be 3 new voices for each one.
There will be. I didn't even think about that.
Yeah.
But we've got Gabe Sadetsky who's with us. He will be doing Valley football. He's a graduate. And we've got Britt Bowen, who's taken over, who's done a great job over at Auburn University calling multiple sports. He calls sports. I don't know how you do play-by-play for him, but he pulls it off. So he's going to do great for football. And I can't wait for Opelika on Friday night.
Well, it's going to be a great season, and we look forward to having you in the booth now. And we, Jerry and I, do the Friday night scoreboard show, and boy, we love that. It's so much fun, and the benefit of something like this gives us an opportunity to rub elbows with the coaches and some of the players, and it gives them a face to the radio when they're calling in on Friday nights and talking to us. And maybe we'll have a few more guys calling in and talking to us, because I'm asking each coach to make sure that they do. And of course, everybody knows that after a game, win or lose, a head coach is just distraught. I mean, he's worn out and he's got a lot still to do, and most of them don't get into bed till 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning after a home game.
Yeah, yeah. Well, the good thing is it's a good meet and greet here. We're all, I mean, the media from Columbus and the newspapers, they're getting a chance to meet new coaches and the old coaches and exchange cell phone numbers. I heard that going on a little while ago. So it's just a good event. I think it's going to grow each year, like Coach Glissett said. I think this is going to get bigger and bigger and bigger.
And an interesting thing is you have we start off with Chambers and then we go to Lee Scott, and two teams that are going to play each other in the opening game of the season. And then you have Smith Station, and before that you had Beauregard, and Smith Station now has a coach from Beauregard from last year. So like you said, there's a lot of camaraderie, and all of these coaches know each other anyway, or most of them do, but this gives them an opportunity also to come in. And I think I actually heard one of the coaches say, thank you for letting us feel like SEC Media Day.
Yeah, that was Coach Carter from Beauregard. So yeah, it was pretty neat. So I'm looking forward to it. And we got another school about to hop up here in just a minute, Lynette, who boy, have they been on a tear, and they got some stars here in the building.
Let me tell you, Lynette has been dominant in 2A, and they've dropped down to 1A, and they will be. I just can't imagine how a team that dominated in 2A will be in 1A.
Yeah, I know it.
And I guess we'll get to hear about that in just a few minutes. They'll be coming to the podium soon. Talk to us about kicker is one of the traditional power stations in our area. Talk to us a little bit about what kicker means to the community, because it to me. Kicker's been around for a long time, and it's everywhere.
Well, and it's grown since we became a part of the iHeart family several years back now, and we're on the iHeart Radio app. All the games are on the iHeart Radio app. All the shows, everything's on the iHeart Radio app, which is the #1 downloaded app in the world.
Right.
So think about that. We work for the #1 media company right now in the world, and so media days can be heard all around the world, and of course we're broadcasting on Facebook and on the website, and of course it's all about community too. I mean, that's where it started. We've been on the air in the same broadcasting country music on the same dial with the same name for over 30 years
in the same building.
And that doesn't happen very much in any business you're in, especially in radio. So we take pride in that, and it all starts with serving the community, and #1, that's high school football and things like this.
Right. And, as you mentioned, the high school games are podcast, and people can get online on WKKR.fm.com and listen to you on Friday nights.
Yep, KickerFM.com. Everything's online and there for everybody. And I'll let Jerry get back up the star while we get ready. I think Lynette's about to hop back up here in just a minute and keep rolling on.
Well, we appreciate you coming in and giving us a little bit of your time. I know you're busy today. And
yeah, appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank y'all.
Jerry. And Jerry's going to come back in and
much warmer.
Yeah, he went out and got something to keep him warm after they turned the air back up a little bit so that it's not so cold in here. It's really been cold in here this morning. The guy told me, hey, don't worry about it. It's just 67.5.
Well, I'm glad Southern Union's not worried about their power bill, that's for sure.
Okay, we're about to go to the podium, and D. Mark Mitchell's about to introduce Lynette.
Yeah, two of y'all sit right there. Just two of y'all sit. Either one of you, doesn't matter. And you come sit right here. Coach, all right. If you will, you can sit on the ankle. I'm going to bring you up first. That way we'll get you up with it.
You have to stay right here?
Yeah, you just sit down and y'all come up. Y'all make sure your phone's off. Y'all know that. Y'all got all everybody watching. Y'all ready? Okay, well, sorry about that. Welcome back to our East Alabama High School Media Days, presented by the Orthopedic Clinic here on the Kicker. Of course, we're broadcasting live on 1520 AM and online. Mackenzie and all our crew back there taking care of that. And we're glad to have the media here with us today. We appreciate all you folks joining us, print media and social media and television here. And, of course, our crew on the side over there that handles the high school scoreboard show, Jerry and Eddie. We're glad to have y'all here, too, and all of our coaches. We are at the first annual East Alabama High School Media Days presented by the Orthopedic Clinic. And we're certainly proud to have partnered with the Orthopedic Clinic. They're good neighbors of ours, good partners, and they take care of a lot of these schools in our area. And we're proud to have John here, John Rich. We appreciate you, John, and Terry, the CEO, and all the great doctors at the Orthopedic Clinic for what they do for high school football. Our next team, with no further ado, boy, what a great job this bunch has done since they've taken over at Lynette High School. Is who I'm talking about. Coach Clifford Story is the head coach. Coach Story is about to start his 10th season. That's unbelievable to me that it's been 10 years since he left Auburn High, where he was an assistant coach under then Tim Carter. Coach Story's teams the last 2 seasons have won 26 ball games with only 3 losses, and with that coming a 15-0 record and a 33-15 win. That sounds good, don't it, Coach? For the state championship over Leroy and Tuscaloosa. And I bring to the microphone my good friend, Coach Clifford Story. Coach?
First of all, I want to say thank you for having us come here on this media day. This is a great thing that you guys have started doing. I think it really brings a lot of exposure to the area and the community, and give us an opportunity to talk about our programs. You know, we're excited for this upcoming season. We got a great group of kids returning. They understand the culture at Lynette. They understand the magnitude of hard work and what it takes to be successful. I have a very awesome coaching staff, a great group of guys who have been with me since I've been at Lynette, especially the nucleus, which is my offensive coordinator, Chip Siegel, my defensive coordinator, Charlie Williams. Those guys have been with me for the entire time, and that's very important for us. You know, we got a great group of kids returning. These guys up here with me now, they are state champions in football and basketball, and some of them got 3 championships, some of them got 4. I think all of them got 4. But we're excited about the upcoming season. Our guys have really put in the time, the effort. They've really worked extremely hard over the summer. You know how it is when you get kids doing things on their own, and you don't have to pull on them or tug on them to make them come to work. They come to work every day, prepared to work. Right now we have 46 kids on the roster, and we average 46 at workout. You know, we have 1 or 2 missed here or there, but overall majority and all of them are at workout every day. So it's just brief of our upcoming season, and you know, the expectation that we have out of them, and they understand what it takes to work. So we're excited, and we'll be prepared to play this 2018 season. Well, what we do, we just always talk about being humble, because we know how easy it is to get the big head. And all of my entire staff, whether it's basketball or football, we all preach the same thing. We all on the same level. And we always echo through our program on being elite, and that just being the best version of yourself. So when we go out, we don't really have them prepared to play against the team. We have them prepared to play against each other, because I tell them all the time, even when we're doing conditioning, don't condition and look beside you, worry about what that guy's doing. You know, you be the best that you can be. So that's what we do. We just really try to push them to be the best that they can be, and everything else will take care of itself. But, you know, to go down from 2A to 1A, you know, I'm not familiar with a lot of those teams. I'm doing my homework and research now on some of them, but, you know, we're excited. You know, and I just look at it all the same. You know, we just got to play football.
You finally got that first ever state title. How do you stay hungry? These guys got 4 titles, you know, basketball, football combined. How do you stay hungry and want to win another one and keep going without being complacent?
And I was always told once you get the first one, you want the second one. So after we won that one, you know, we took a few weeks off because, you know, we played a season and a half, and it was exhausting. But we immediately started back watching film, looking at things that we can do to get better. And they know just the joy of winning it was just overwhelming. And I want that feeling again. And so we're just going to push these guys to make sure that they're focused and they're staying on track, you know, to be the best that they can be. And with what we got coming back, if they stay focused and be the best that they can be, I think with God's will and no injuries, we'll have a chance to be back.
7 seniors last year, but you jumped to 13 this year. How much does that say about the program that guys are sticking around to do it, but also it's increasing in numbers and how many guys are playing their senior year?
Well, all of them is going to play. What we do is we try to start them early. If they're an 8th grader and they can play, we'll play them. So we don't really have a set age limit on who we're going to put on the field. We're going to put the best out on the field. And so, you know, if we see kids that can really help our program, we start them early, even though that they're going to take some bumps and bruises starting out. But I know that on down the road, it's going to pay off. So that's what we've been doing, and that's why, you know, each year that the classes are getting bigger because we're playing them early.
Coach, how do you feel about this year's team's ability, seeing the majority of the core group return?
Well, this team is going to be just a little different. We're just trying to develop those 1 or 2 guys that can make a guy miss and go 80 yards. We're still trying to shuffle some things around. We have those guys, but we have them in other positions now. We're just trying to figure out, you know, where we want to play them at in certain situations. It's going to be a little different, but they've been around. They know what it takes, and for us replacing those guys, they all have a lot of playing time.
Coming home from that first ever football state title in history, how have you seen the culture around Lynette change?
Oh, it have throughout the community, grocery stores, no matter where we go. You know, they are enjoying it just as much as we are. It's just one of those things that everybody just want to be a part of it, and they was longing for it. They really was hungry to get it. And now it's and I laugh because everywhere we go, that's all they expect now. And I just know, and I listen to these guys talk, and all they say is, we don't know how to lose, you know, and we don't want to lose. So that's a good thing. And I tell them all the time, I know what you got. If you saying you don't want to lose, then you can't have no letdown. You can't have a day where you don't want to practice. You got to push yourself through it and force yourself to be able to do it.
Now, you talked to us a little bit off camera about how the offense is changing in different ways. What would you say is the strength of this offense this year?
My size. I'm just being honest. At any time, I can put a 6'8", a 6'9", a 6'7", and a 6'4" at wide receiver. And then I can put a 4-star quarterback back there, and then a running back who is about 6'1", about 215, that can get outside you, or he can run downhill. So to be totally honest with you, you know, we're blessed with the ability and the talent that we have, especially the size. You just don't see that every day. You know, I was just researching some things. The NFL receivers aim at 6'1" or 6'2", you know, and I got 5 or 6 of those. Easy, but you know, we're blessed, and we can just create matchups with our size.
One thing you can that has to go with winning state championships in any sport is character, work ethic. Sounds like you guys have it.
We really focus on character, and they'll tell you that's all we preach at Lynette High School. And you know, we might just take a word, pride, and we'll focus on that word. And instill it in them, and then we might talk about discipline and integrity and things that it takes to be successful young men. It's what we try to perseverance, what we try to push and feed them, and they're buying into it, and they understand what it takes.
Let's get some kids up there. Hey,
right.
Christian, you first. Does it feel a little different coming in as a defending state champion?
Yes, sir. It feels a little different because last year coming into the season, like, people knew who we were, but we weren't the hunted every game. But this year, we're going to have a target on our back before every game. Like, we're going to get everybody's best game, so we're going to have to come with our A game on every Friday.
How do you feel the offense and everything has been growing? Especially from last season to what you've been doing in the off season?
I feel it's been growing because this past year we lost Anquavia Santarion, which were our top 2 receivers. But like, we've grown with so much depth because last year the guys who were behind him could play also. So now we're just adding like with these two back and a couple more upcoming really good players, we're growing in depth.
One thing that can happen when you win is you start getting complacent. How do you battle the complacency, or is that even an issue?
It's really not an issue because our coaches and we as peers stay on top of that with complacency, because we just know that when you get complacent, you tend to fall off, and none of us want to fall off anytime soon. So we try to remain humble.
All right, let's somebody else get on up there. Looking at state title trophy, how much does that inspire you to go get another one?
Since the first year we won it in basketball, we just come back every year and stay hungry and bring another one home.
How tough is learning how to win? How big is that in doing what you do in a season-long effort?
When playing sports with people all year, like with the same players all, like the whole history, it's just a brotherhood. Everybody just come together and get on one accord.
And kind of going off that, just talk about the chemistry this team has.
We got a lot of chemistry. With just like you said on offense, last year we lost Tayon Truitt and Aquarius Pollard, and they were the best two receivers that we had. Losing them didn't hurt us, but again, we got some people coming back that played behind them, and we'll be able to make the job.
How do you feel about moving to 1A?
I mean, I just feel the same. I gotta just keep the same mindset and don't get big-headed and just stay humble.
All right, Tri-Close, you ready? All right, so it's already been a pretty big week for you. Just talk us through the excitement in finally committing to a Power 5 school.
Well, I felt like it was time to do it, and me choosing Oregon was a great decision because I feel like, brotherhood. Like these guys, we grow together, and I feel like when I went on a visit, I felt like the brotherhood I feel here. So, I mean, since I'm being far, I want to be comfortable around people, and I feel like I can be comfortable around those guys. So, there's a big part on that.
And it's no question that you guys have a strong relationship with Coach Story. How did he feel about you picking Oregon?
I mean, he's excited for me because all he do is push me, make me, make sure I have the right decision on my commitment. He was a big part of that too. So, I mean, when I told him that I was committing down, he was like very excited, and he just kept pushing on it.
Man, you're blowing up on Twitter. All the retweets, all the likes. What's this been like for you, this process, and what's the community feedback been? The people that have seen you since you first started.
Once I committed that morning. And I was just relaxing that day because my phone just blowing from notifications, and I was in my grandma's room with her, and I saw it on the news. I was like, wow, it's going crazy. Like, I was just shocked from it because like I didn't expect it to be on the news and stuff like that. So it was like exciting to me.
I guess that's part of us too. A lot of people, when they think talented athlete, 4 or 5 stars, whatever it is, they usually commit to a school in the SEC. Football is king in the South, whatever. What was it about Oregon that made you say, I want to do something else, I want to do something different, become my own person over in Oregon?
I mean, it's not just about being in the SEC. I mean, I like it like SEC. I had top schools in there like LSU, but it's not just that. It's where you go and where you work at, and like you show that you're the best player on the team, or just showing that you work harder than other people. You'll stand out, and it will help you get to the league the same way being SEC.
Most important question, what's the best jersey combination at Oregon? That's it.
That's a good one. It's so many to choose from. I like them all, I like them all.
Christian, if I can get you to go up there for one more question. Just how special was it to get to share first ever football state title at Lynette with your dad as the coach?
It was very special because I was there during the season when he went 1-9 and even the mediocre seasons, but I think that season the most was just the one that made it more special because like it was times there would be nobody in the stands but our family and the band. But for over the past 10 years, he just worked so hard night in and night out, and like I've seen like how much work he put in, and for it to finally come to pass to him, and for me to be a part of it and to be the quarterback of the team that brought it home for him, it just made it so much more special.
And did that make you push harder? I know you got injured during the game, came back in. Is that something that maybe pushed you to, I'm going to finish out this game?
Yes, man. I actually remember laying on the ground thinking like not now. I can't go down now. So like I got to come back and do this for him and for my brothers.
Actually, this for D. Really, this could be for any three of you guys. I mean, all of y'all have the opportunity to play both roles on both sides of the ball, but, you know, especially coming out of the state championship, you know, you clinched that with that interception, but coming into this year, you're going to have that opportunity to be be one of those primary guys on the outside. You know, what's it like to have that dual role on both sides of the ball?
It's a great opportunity because to me it feels like that the coaches trust me to start on both sides of the ball, and I just gotta keep working and getting better.
Well, I know you and Trackwise have been working with a couple of these other new receivers. You know, I got the Boozer twins out there as well, and you know, what's a relationship with helping develop those that receiving core right now?
It's a good friend. I mean, it's a good brotherhood between us. Like every day at practice, everybody get together and work, and sometimes I will stay over after practice.
Yeah, I do have one question for you guys. What are Coach Siegel's rules? That's what I want to know. The rules, right? It's a rule, right, Coach? Anybody else for Lynette? All right, man. Chipism, is that what it is? Y'all want to talk about Coach Siegel? Tell me, what's your favorite rule of Coach Siegel?
One rule about him, he don't like no one-hand catch.
No one-hand catches? Okay. All right, Lynette.
Well, that's it. Lynette, we appreciate it. Good luck this year. Thank y'all.
All right, Jerry. We're back live here at Southern Union in the Southern Room. The first ever 97.7 Kicker FM High School Football Media Days presented by the Orthopedic Clinic, Gentry Ware, Guthrie's, Watson Brothers, Patio and Hearth, and First South Farm Credit. This has been a lot of fun today.
I've really enjoyed it. Got to see some great athletes and great coaches, and every coach and program I've seen today, they're all excited about the upcoming season.
Yeah, and you know, and I think that one of the great things about today is that is giving these young men an opportunity to see how proud the community, not just their community, but all the communities around are. And Coach Story just told me something I think you'll like. He said after the games they pull the trucks around and listen to our show.
Well, good. That's good to hear.
He said they like to hear everything that's going on, and of course, you know, they got a coach that calls us every week and talks to us and lets us know what's going on, and he builds the team up. And but he's never satisfied.
Yep.
And that's one of the things that helps these young men to succeed is that they're never satisfied
right.
with.
And you've kept up with high school sports a long time, like I have. I cannot remember a team or a program that dominated a certain classification for 3 or 4 years and moved down.
Right, right.
That's a very
usually they move
situation. They have some more hurdles this year, different hurdles like Maplesville, and there's some good 1A Ottaugerville. There's some good 1A programs around the state. But it's going to be interesting to see how the kids handle it. I think they're going to handle it fine because they hate to lose.
If these 3 guys they brought in are any indication, you would think. I mean, seriously, you would think, okay, we just won a state championship in 2A. Now we're going down to 1A. We got it made. But these guys don't think that.
No, I don't think Coach Story's going to let them think that.
As a matter of fact, I think they would be successful in 3A. But
there's a lot of talent there. They feel a basketball team out there on the football
that's right.
field. I mean, it was amazing. He said he could actually put a 6'8", 6'7", 6'7", 6'6" out there with wideouts. All you could do play a little alley hoop.
That's right. No, but they don't have to because they got a good quarterback.
Good quarterback, good running game. I watched them in the semifinals. Very impressed with the program. A lot of good athletes. I see why they dominate in a lot of sports in 2A.
Well, one of the things that's also been very impressive, and I don't think that the coaches actually did this on purpose, but it seems like every athlete that stepped up there is pretty buff. I mean, every single one of them looked like their off season has been tough.
Quarterback Story, it looks like he's put on about 15 pounds from last year, and most of it's muscles. The other 2 kids are tall, lanky, and look like they could absolutely fly. A lot of good-looking athletes over in Lynette, and they keep on producing great athletes in Lynette.
Well, and you know, I told him this, that when his son stood up and he said, you know, I was there when my dad went 1-9, and he said, you know, that and it hurt him. It was obvious it hurt him as bad as it did the coach.
Oh yeah, and that's an incentive for that kid.
That's right, and then being part of a team that he was on, that his dad was coaching, that won the state championship. And you know, they're hungry again. They're not complacent at all. I think they've worked hard this year, and they're ready for another great season.
Coach Story said it best. He got one. He wants now. It makes him hungry for number 2.
That's right.
And once you get number 2, you want number 3.
That's
you
right.
Stop.
Well, I think that that it's kind of been the last couple of years that Lafayette and Lynette were 2 of the toughest schools in the state in 2A, and they were in the same region. Well, they're not anymore. And
even though they are playing, I believe the second game of the year.
Yep, they play the second game. Lynette plays Valley, and then they play at Lafayette, play Wadley, at Ottaugerville, at Notasulga. And I know AJ just, even though they've been playing in the past anyway, has not been a region game. It is now. They play Handley, Lochapoka, Verbena, and Billingsley.
Open up with a 6A improving Valley team, but I would make, you know,
a 5A.
Or they Valley 5A now?
Yeah, they've been 5A. That's right.
But open up with a 1A. Open up with a 5A.
Yeah.
And I'd have to give the edge to the 1A right now with the superior talent right now. But
we'll be able to ask Buster what he thinks about playing a team that has that much talent.
Yeah, it's a rival, and I know Valley wants to play him.
Well, you know, the thing is, though, that not only does Lynette have a lot of talent, but they've got a lot of depth, which I was kind of surprised, too, when Smith Station came up. He talked about how many kids were out. Over 100 kids were out. I think he said 140 eighth graders.
Right. He said he's going to dress out about 75 to 80 on varsity. That's what you need for 7A football.
That's right.
You need numbers.
That's right.
That's the first start. If you don't have the numbers, you can't win. Because 7A football, it's hard to win if you got kids playing both sides of the ball.
That's right. And, well, a lot of people don't understand why a school like Hoover is so successful. One of the things is that their depth is unbelievable. It's not just that they have talent. They build that talent, and they grow that talent. These kids start early in these systems. And they do that in Auburn, Opelika, and Smith Station, and all around, too. It's just that, man, when you get to be the powerhouse in the state, those kids don't think they can lose.
Right. And like you said, the 8th grade team's running the same system as the varsity.
That's right.
So once they get up to varsity, it's second hat for them.
That's right.
You know, it's almost automatic. So we are about to get Lochapoka Indians up here,
right.
Eddie.
L.C. Cole.
We'll bring it over to Van as he announces the Lochapoka Indians.
Appreciate Coach Story and Lynette. Wish them the best of luck. We've had a great day starting to wind down. Still Auburn High School to come in just a little bit. And I want to take a moment, too, to thank our presenting sponsor, the Orthopedic Clinic. We appreciate all the great work they've done, and all our other sponsors up here as well, Guthrie's, Gentry and Ware Motor Company, First South Farm Credit, and also Watson Brothers Patio and Hearth. We appreciate them. Without the sponsorships, things don't happen, so we certainly appreciate them. And I want to welcome up our next school, Lochapoka High School. And they've had a kind of a crazy transition. I know Coach Cole will get into that, but Coach Cole will be taking over the duties this season. He comes in with quite a resume, 34 years of coaching experience, which includes stops as an assistant coach at Kansas State. Just kind of touching on a few of these: Wisconsin, Toledo, head coach at Tennessee State, and also was the coach at Alabama State, and has been an assistant coach in high school football and a head coach in high school football here in the area as well. And want to welcome in right now Coach L.C. Cole and Lochapoka.
I'd like to say good evening. Just want to start off by just saying I just was named the head coach 2 weeks ago, so I'm just kind of, brand new with the program a little bit. Antonio Richards, who was the head coach, unfortunately had a health problem that caused him not to be the head coach anymore. And he's doing fine. He had a little mild stroke, and he's still trying to overcome that. And I coached him when he was at Alabama State, so I was the head coach at Alabama State, and he was one of my players. He's almost kind of like my son. We were, was that close. And the reason I say that, because I was the head coach at Fairfield High School, and then he got the head job. Next thing I know, he called me, was begging me, saying, "Hey, Coach, I need your help. I need your help." I said, "Bam, I'm a head coach at Fairfield High School." But, he did a lot of things for me when I was at Alabama State, and I felt loyal to him to come down and help him with the program. And unfortunately, those things happen in life, and that happened for him. And I just gave him my advice. I said, always understand this, that family comes first. I understand about athletics, I understand about coaching, but look at your family. You got 2 young kids. You need to be with them and be around for them too. But, the 2 weeks when they gave me the job, it's been a transition. This has probably been the different transition in my whole coach's career, and unfortunately to get it the way I did. But to come into a program that's a very small program, we may be 1A, but we might just be a little bit tab underneath the 1A a little bit. But we're going to get the job done. We've been in, this summer, been in the weight room, been working out, and it's kind of hard when your kids are kind of spread out all over the place. So sometimes you're riding down the road and you just got to pick them up, and you got to get them there. And right now we've been practicing, in the morning for our weight training. We probably say right now we're running maybe between 14 to 18 players. So I can't predict the future. This is one of them ones it's hard for me to pick, predict where we'll be at and what we'll do. And I think it's up to the individual kids, but I have to say the ones that we have, they've been given everything that they have. And I think something's going to happen with the program. There ain't no doubt. You know, I'm one of those guys, you know, I've been through, worked with some good guys. You know, I played at the University of Nebraska, had a great coach, Tom Osborne, who I played for. I worked with Coach Nick Saban in Alabama. I worked with Bill Belichick at the Browns. So I've been around. I know how to get a turnaround. I'm not going to panic or anything like that. I'm going to get the job done. That's all I can tell you. So you just better watch those Indians now. We may not have it all, but we're going to have it right here in the heart, and that's what you got to do. You got to play with your heart and mind, and then it's going to happen for you.
Appreciate it, Coach Cole. All right, we'll open up for questions. We'll start back here.
Hey, Coach Cole, talk to me about some of the positives you have seen with this small group and kind of what you're excited about for this coming season.
Well, I think the biggest thing I have just seen the guys who come every day. You know, a lot of guys can be out there at the swimming pool doing different things, but you got some guys that are committed. And up here at this stand here, this is a couple of them, but we got a lot of other guys that are back still working out. Get up in the morning, we get up at 9 and we go from 9 to 11. But they've been in the weight room, really been pushing it real hard.
What do you think makes this team different?
Well, I think they've been through adversity, especially with coach. And I always just say that you can tell a team how they're going to be when they go through adversity. And I think the adversity that these guys have is the coach change. Now, how they adapt to me coaching from Coach Richardson, we have different personalities, so I think this is where it's going to show.
What have you seen, and what kind of things are you going to try to be doing once you get back out on the field with these guys?
Well, I'm a real heavy demanding coach. And what we're trying to do now is we're going to change our style of offense. When you do not have a lot of players, you can't do a lot of things. You can't spread the field and be like everybody else. You got to compact it down, and you got to play a little bit more physical. You got to use the clock a little bit more, and that's what we've been doing. We've been working on a lot of fundamentals.
Who's been stepping forward in terms of leadership and for you?
Well, we've really just been pushing that. I've really been putting really a lot of emphasis on the seniors to be leaders. And the funny thing about it, when you say seniors, I look at our football team, we have 2 seniors. So we got a young football team, so you're talking about 2 seniors and the rest are, 11th graders and 10th graders. But we have 2 seniors on the football, been really dedicated, but we have some juniors that stepping up to the plate too.
When you have a small group, what is the biggest challenge in terms of being able to teach at practice?
Well, it's trying to put in things and going against each other. That's the biggest issue. Sometimes, I have to stand out there, and the coaches, we have to stand on that side over there to be the defense. That's the toughest thing, and making sure, because you want to coach them. And so then when you go on defense, then you got to switch over on offense, and you got to play the offense side of the ball. So we have to use coaches, bags, to make sure we have enough bodies out there.
What kind of a response have you been getting from the guys?
I think it's been good, and now since we started to get closer to school, we started getting more people. I would predict by the time season started, we would could be up to about 24, 26 players. So we'll end up playing with 9th graders will be on the varsity, and that could be a good thing. Our problem, like I say, we don't have a feeder program, which you talk about your 7th and 8th grade. We do not have that at school. You're talking about their school range from K through 12, 230 students.
Whether it's college or high school, you have a chance to help mold these guys not only into players but also people. And I think that's probably more of a chance for you when you have guys that are younger because you get them for longer. How do you kind of approach, the football aspect of that, but also off the field too?
Well, I think sometimes they get tired of me always talking about, my life and how you got to come through. The old way coach, they always say, "Oh, coach, that's that. That was back then." Well, I just told them, "Hey, look here. Is how you mold yourself, how you listen, how you pay attention to detail. And that's what I keep telling. It's about detail. I shouldn't have to tell you 3, 4 times. You always gonna have players, and I'm always gonna have a player that I always say can't get right. And then that's the player that constantly doing the same thing. You always give him a nickname. But these guys been pretty consistent on what we're trying to do, and that's why I say we have to go back and be basic football, how to get in the stands, how to catch, and that's where we're starting at.
A big goal for these guys, I'm sure, is get your education paid for and also play at the next level. You've been there at the next level. How do you use that experience of this is what it takes to get there, this is what you have to do, and here's the steps to take? How do you tell that to your team?
And I say that every day, and where it starts at. Matter of fact, we was talking about that, on our way here, because we was going to go to Jacksonville to a football camp, and I just told the guys, I said, look, you don't have to go to a camp. Sometimes there's an advantage going to those camps, and there's a disadvantage going to those camps. Because I said, what you do, you go in there and you have a bad performance in the camp, you have just weeded yourself out. So what you need to do is turn around, is work what we're doing. I've been a college coach. I know what they're looking for in that aspect. So I just tell them to keep working hard. We do the same drills that college do. Same identical deal. And I be on top of them everything, about every little technique. Everything we do is about technique and about learning.
Coach Cole, you started, you mentioned you played at Nebraska. You started coaching at Ball State, Kansas State, Wisconsin, Toledo, Morgan State, Eastern Michigan, Cincinnati, Tennessee State, head coach at Alabama State, Tennessee State, Sidney Lanier High School head coach, defensive coordinator at Texas Southern, head coach at Stillman College, defensive coordinator at Concordia, Wilcox High School head coach, Central Phoenix City defensive coordinator, head coach at Fairfield High School, and now at Polka. Do your players know your career and who they have as their coach?
Well,
do they know that, Coach?
I don't think they really knew. And
guys, did you know that? Did you know your coach had played it all? Okay.
It didn't take place till this summer. We had a little pass league, and then I took them to my house. I took them to my house. I let them go in the swimming pool and everything like that. And then I just took them in this room where I have all those helmets. Everywhere I've coached, had all the helmets, and had all my Big 8 championship rings and national championship. I had everything in that room. And then I think it's starting to soak into them a little bit. I guess sometimes they look at my size and say, man, you played defensive end in Nebraska. I said, yes, I did.
I want people to know you had a great career, Coach. I got some questions from Scott for your players.
All right.
This is for Aaron. All right, and coming up in this season, with the head coaching change and a little bit of offensive identity, changing this year as the quarterback, starting last year, what kind of changes are you looking at? How are you approaching this year?
Well, I think we're approaching the season with a good attitude, because by us going through many changes with the coaches, we've experienced a lot of things, and I think that Coach Cole, he's working us pretty hard, and we can go from there.
Well, I got to ask you, what is the offense going to look like this year?
Well, I don't want to give out too much information, but you'll have to see through the season.
All right, either one of y'all want to step up real quick? All right, basically the same kind of questions. You do have a little bit of a changeover in the head coaching aspect, but Coach Cole was there last year. What's different for this year?
Well, not much has changed because Coach and Coach Cole and Coach Richards, they both was on the same thing, but Coach more old school with it, so we just got to go out there and work hard. Only 3 things we can do is execute the game plan, and he been putting that on us since the day one.
I got to ask you, old school, what do you mean by that?
Getting down to it, running the football, crunching the clock.
Question for Coach real quick. How do you kind of go from
that might be for me.
Yeah. They mentioned old school. How do you keep fresh with what the new school is and relating to these guys as the years go on?
Well, when they say old school, I'm just a firm believer. Like I say, I came from Nebraska. We ran the football. We hard knocks nose. You know what I mean?
Was that a Solich team?
Huh?
Was that a Solich team?
No, Tom
okay.
Osborne.
Okay, Osborne. Okay.
Yeah. So you go back. They ran out of the eye. When I was with Coach Saban at University of Toledo, we ran out of the eye. We pounded football. And see, one day when I was with him at Toledo, we was running a power play, all right, and I was coaching running back, so we ran a power play, and then he says, well, the fullback didn't kick him out. I said, well, Coach, he went up on the fullback. He said, Coach, he didn't kick the end out. And, well, you know Coach Saban, some of you know him. I said, all right, so we come back, we run it again. Then the defensive guy didn't do right. We ran that probably 20 times. The kids are bleeding and everything, but it never got right. But what he was proving that we're going to run this play until it's going to get right. And that's what I just believe in. And if we can be able to be a physical football team, because, see, football has changed a little bit. When you watch everybody right now, everybody's spreading the field, throwing the ball all over the place and everything like that. But when you can bring it down and take control of the clock and all that, that's what we need to do. We need to be a physical football team and punish people with the football. And I'll go again. You know, it's probably Auburn fans and everything like that, but you watch Coach Saban, you watch Alabama, and I watch him on TV, and when them coordinators, they be spreading the field, throwing it, he be pissed. I was pissed, and I was defensive coordinator last year, and we was throwing the ball, and, you know, 3rd and 1, these teams now throw the football on 3rd and 1. I'll be pulling my hair out. So we're gonna punch people in the mouth. That's what we need to do. Punch them in the mouth.
Juan, can I get you up there? Juan, how do you feel what you guys went through last year with Coach Bam and with the coaching change will make you stronger for this year?
We work hard every day in the weight room. We give it our all, and we just listen to what Coach Cole has to say and do it his way.
What are some of the team goals this year?
Team goals, one of mine is to win the region, and we just want to do the best we can with what we got and work hard.
He was talking about punching him in the mouth, run the ball. As an O-lineman, you gotta like that.
Yes.
What do you like? What do you think of the idea of playing the ground game and, you know, doing it the physical way?
Best thing about it is pancakes.
Coach is pretty smooth up there, pretty mild mannered, but he talked about punching in the mouth. What's he like in the field? Has he ever yell at you guys, or is he pretty calm the whole time? What's he like as a coach out in the field?
He yells all the time. But
is that old school yelling or new school yelling?
Both.
Thanks, man.
All right, appreciate it. Well, no other questions. Coach, we appreciate it. Good luck to Lochapoka this year, and the Indians. Thank you.
Okay, we're back here at Southern Union in the Southern Room. Jerry Bavaro Eddie Owen, the 97.7 Kicker FM High School Football Scoreboard Show, which we're looking very forward to again. And you know, Jerry, every year we talk about how long it seems it is between seasons, and then we start the show and boom, it's over.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
But we've had an opportunity today to do something we've never done here before, and that's have coaches come in and players, and get to introduce the coaches and some of the players. And been some silly questions asked by the media, but other than that, it's been and they've been fun. I say silly. It's been fun questions, like to ask the kids something about something the coach does that the coach wouldn't want anybody to know. Well, you know, these kids, I got to go back to practice. They don't want to say anything like that. What are your opinions about today so far, Jerry?
I'm really impressed. I've seen a lot of talented coaches. You know, just for Lochapoka, they got a coach that coached under Saban, Belichick. Played a defensive end at Nebraska. You look at him now, Eddie, I bet he don't weigh 160 pounds. But he's been a lot of places, and he said he has 18 kids right now. Hopefully he'll be up to 26 by the season. A lot of these kids probably got to work and can't get away.
Yeah, and some of them are underclassmen, like 8th graders coming up to 9th grade that have just not made the commitment yet that will.
Right. So.
And you're right. A lot of these kids are not able to practice in the summer, and they have to work.
Right. And a good friend of mine used to be the old basketball coach at Lochapoka. A lot of problems they have in smaller schools to getting the kids to school. He said he used to spend an hour going around picking up all these kids, bringing them to the gym.
And that's basketball.
That's basketball. You don't think about that. Some of these kids just can't get to the school. They might live 3-4 miles away and just can't get there. So that's one problem smaller schools have.
Yeah, a rural school district like that that's very small. You know, they're spread out already, like you said, and it's very difficult for families that are working and I mean, mamas and daddies everywhere are working now. So.
Right, and a lot of these kids are 15; they can't drive.
That's
anyway,
right.
Even if they had a car. So, but L.C. Cole has been hired. What, a couple of weeks ago? He said.
Yeah.
So he's been put in a tough spot, but he looks like he's willing to work and get these kids at least competitive. That's the main thing. You want these kids to at least have fun and be competitive. It's no fun getting beat 65-0 every night. Smith Station had a year sort of like that.
Yeah.
Coach Glisson's job is to get them where they're competitive. That's the first step.
That's right.
Be competitive. When Pat Dye came here the first year at Auburn, they were competitive.
That's right.
They probably went 5-5. They were competitive in every ball game. They lose to Nebraska 16-3. Nebraska gave them a standing ovation just on their effort. That's the first thing you got to do is get these kids effort, stay in the ball games. It's a slow process of learning how to win. Once you learn that, you don't want to lose again. So it's a process.
The first thing that each one of these coaches have to do, and I go back to a couple of coaches we've already talked to from Beulah, and we'll talk to one tomorrow from Valley. The first thing they have to do is go in and get the kids' attention and say, look, here is how we're going to win. I know you're not used to this, but if you will just believe me and you'll buy into what we as coaches are teaching you, you'll start winning football games. Now, you're going to be competitive in all of them, but you're going to start winning some too.
Right.
And our goal is not to win a football game. Our goal is to win the region, to make the playoffs.
Right.
Our goal is to eventually be a state power, where our goal every year, when every time we lift a weight, we're thinking blue trophy.
Champions always set high goals. Champions always set goals that are really hard to achieve, but a lot of time they do achieve them.
That's right.
Tiger Woods set a goal to be in the most major wins. He was on track to do it, got hurt. But anyway, great athletes set great goals to achieve. Sometimes they're hard to achieve, but they still always striving to get better.
Right. And good coaches. And you hear kids like the ones from Smith Station talking about the difference between Coach Glisson and some that they've had in the past that did not push them beyond that. Okay, we lost a ball game, or we didn't win that play. And I think, Jerry, this is one of the things people don't realize. Most good coaches don't talk to their kids about winning the ball game. They talk to them about winning each play.
Right.
And if you go out and do your job on every play, and every player on our team wins their position, we're going to win football games.
Do your job. That's Bill Belichick says, do your job.
That's right.
And if you do your job, you got 11 guys doing their job, we're going to win.
That's right. And it's not an easy thing, though. And like I said, we got a lot of kids coming in here today that some of them are used to winning. They don't know what losing is. Some of them don't know what winning is. Mm-hmm. Some of them, like Lochapoka, are coming from a community that they've been a powerhouse for years and years and years. We saw that with Notasulga over the past few years, where they just really went down in the dumps, and AJ's bringing them back up and making a football team out of it.
They are. And another great experience for these kids is they look at these cameras, and a lot of them,
right.
if you notice, sort of freak out. I
That's
use
right.
the word freak out. They're not used to it, but it's great exposure.
Well, they know they're going to be on television.
When you get
they
out
have
in the business world, you're going to have to improve your public
right.
speaking. You're going to have to get used to some stuff like that. Great experience for them. I've seen a couple of kids that are great speakers up there, and I saw other kids just froze. But that's a learning experience. You know, you're in front of cameras, and a lot of these great athletes better get used to it, because it's going to happen a lot to them.
Well, and then how well spoken most of these guys are, and we had a young man that's a 4-star athlete that's already committed to the University of Oregon.
Going to Oregon, that's a brave move. That's a long way
yes,
away
it
from
is.
home. So.
And but the thing that he talked about, the reason that he made that choice was because he went to LSU, he went to some other places around, but when he went to Oregon, it made him feel like he was at home at Lynette. And he said, what we have at Lynette is family. You know, it's one of the things that I hear a lot from college recruits when they go somewhere is, hey, I felt at home. This is where I felt comfortable. And it's not everywhere. Somebody that feels comfortable at Auburn might not feel comfortable at Alabama, and vice versa.
Yeah, every athlete has a different goal. Some athletes may want to go to school, they get to the what they call the league.
That's
a
right.
little quicker. Some just want to get a good education and feel comfortable and have a good time and improve as a person. You know, so there are all different reasons people pick different schools, but the first thing you got to do is be a good athlete. And I've seen a lot of those today, and we're going to see a lot of these kids that are in this room today go up to the next level of maybe a smaller school.
Right.
But they get the education paid for, and that's valuable. That's valuable.
One of the things, too, that I've talked to a couple of kids about over the past couple of months is hearing some of these great athletes, especially in baseball, that are really, really good in baseball. And if you watch the College World Series, you heard this a lot, that most of these kids that are playing just baseball in college didn't specialize in high school. They played 3 sports in high school.
Right.
And most of them were very good in all of them. Some of them could have played college football. Some could have played college basketball, but they were playing college baseball.
That's right.
And the better athletes were not specializing in school, in high school.
No, and you see a lot more of in the small schools. You'll have 2 or 3 kids play every sport.
Right.
They offer, and they're always all the same 3 kids are stars in every sport.
Right.
And you don't see that as much in 7A anymore. Like you said, that everybody wants to specialize. You got travel baseball.
That's right.
My niece, who just committed to Tennessee Tech to play softball, she plays softball every month of the year.
Yeah.
And she lives in Kennesaw, Georgia. I mean, in my personal opinion, that's too much.
I think so, too.
You know, you see a lot more specialization. You see these AAU basketball.
Right.
They travel. LeBron James' son traveled all the way to Dallas, Texas, and plays on a travel team down Dallas, Texas. Of course, he could afford it, but still, there's too much specialization. The smaller schools you see at the old time, where you'll see the good athletes play every single sport they offer.
And what happens to me is that you lose when you do that, when you specialize in one sport and you spend a lot of time in the off season traveling, whether it be baseball or football, a basketball, whatever, you lose the high school experience. And that is so important because high school is it's not only a lot of work, but it's a lot of fun. And most people don't go. I mean, there are a lot of people that don't go to college. Hardly anybody goes to college as a college athlete. And the bonds that you make, these guys right here, the bonds that they're making on the football field right now will make them lifetime friends. They'll be able to come together, and you'll see two guys that haven't seen each other in 15 years that walk up and they start laughing, and both of them are thinking about the same thing.
About the old days.
Yeah.
Yeah, but high school, for me, I don't know how about you, Betty, but for me, high school was the best years of my life.
Oh, absolutely.
And like you just said, I got 4 or 5 high school buddies I sit with every Auburn football game.
Yeah.
We're still that close.
Yeah.
It's a great experience. And these kids right now are going to look back on just this day and really never forget this day.
Yeah, yeah, this is a big deal, and like I said earlier, this will get to be a bigger deal, and kids will be like, hey, I was the first one from our school to go to that.
And that'll be a goal for these kids to be picked to represent their school at Media Day. This is a good thing. That's how this East Alabama community loves high school football. Get these kids' names out there, get the exposure for every school, be it a Lochapoka or Auburn High or Opelika High.
That's right.
Get the exposure out because these kids, like we say, this is a year-round job now, basically. These kids work hard to get ready, and they're excited the season's about to start.
That's right. And I've seen this commercial, and I know you probably have too, where they show a kid that says, I'm the last one off of the field, and they say, and 3,000 others are too.
Right.
And I pump more weight than anybody else at my school, and 3,000 others do that too. There are a lot of people that are very dedicated to athletics, but these kids go out and practice hard. And let me tell you, those of you that don't realize this, football is not easy. Basketball is not easy. Athletics as a whole is just not easy. There's a lot of work that goes on. Friday night is like the birthday cake. That's when they get to experience. That's right. That's when they get to experience the highs and lows of what they've been working for all year long. And they're not doing it just for them, because let me tell you something. A kid makes a good play and the crowd goes crazy. He's full for the rest of his life for something that he's worked really hard for.
And they learn so much by playing sports. I don't think there's a class in school that'll teach you much about life as sports will.
Absolutely.
It'll teach you how to fail. It'll teach you how to succeed. It'll teach you what hard work will get you. Sometimes you may not have the talent as somebody else, but if you work harder, outwork them, you'll accomplish a lot more than that other person.
That's right.
It'll teach you a lot more than just sitting in the classroom. Nothing against sitting in the classroom, but
classroom's important. Now let's
is important.
Look. These, and this is something that everybody should hear from every coach that's been up there today. These are student athletes.
Right. Exactly.
And they're students first. But
what gets me upset is a lot of these high schools are cutting back on athletics.
Yeah.
And I think that's a bad mistake.
I think it is too.
There's nothing better than education. Education is so important, and some of these kids are not getting the education they probably need. But do not drop the athletics. It's so important.
One of the things that we heard this morning is the first thing we heard was, I helped to write a no pass, no play rule. Now, if you can't pass your schoolwork, if you can't make good enough grades, then you can't participate in something that you can go out there on Friday night and be the hero of the town.
Yeah, and the high school does have a rule where you got to have a certain GPA, which is supposed to be your first thing is get your classwork done, and playing Friday night will be your. Look at Coach Adams. Adams wearing a suit and tie. The kids. Look at the Auburn High kids are wearing suit and ties. That's pretty impressive right there.
Well, it's different. How about that? When the rest of them are
the
wearing
jersey,
their
and they
wearing
got a
their
suit tie.
team.
That's I like that.
Well, I'm glad you do. I like the jerseys.
When I watched, I'm a Notre Dame fan. You know, their whatever walk, the Irish walk or whatever, they walk to the dressing room in suit and ties. I thought it looked pretty impressive. But are we ready for a break or?
No, just we're waiting for Coach Weingarten to come up.
Okay, and Auburn, like I said, has just arrived, and we'll be listening to what Coach Adam Weingarten has to say about this upcoming year. I see the one kid, his last name, help me out, Dabute.
Yeah.
Highly recruited defensive end. Everybody in the country wants the kid. He will be a 5-star probably by the season starts. Auburn High, always a team that battles Central for the region championship. Always in the playoff. Great program. Opelika and Auburn's had some mean knockout dragouts.
And it's strange
it's gonna be a
now.
good game this year again.
It's strange now that Auburn and Opelika play at the first of the year rather than later in the year. But you know that's fine too. I mean it's different than it was, but that rivalry has not diminished at all because of that. And well, going back to what we were talking about student athletes, these kids go out and you know they don't just they have to do everything in school that every other student does. And then they go and lift weights. And then they go and run stadiums. And then they go and have to practice. And when all these other kids are at home, they're out working. All right, we're about to go to the podium, and D. Mark Mitchell's about to introduce.
Okay, everybody, welcome back to our East Alabama High School Media Days, presented by the Orthopedic Clinic, and we're glad to have our sponsors, Watson Brothers, Patio and Hart, First South Farm Credit, Gentry Wear Motor Company, and Guthrie's. And we certainly appreciate those, along with the Orthopedic Clinic. We also appreciate all our media that's been here and continues to come in and be with us, in our schools that have also attended. We've had a wonderful start to our 2-day event. We're not over. We've got a couple of schools left, and our next school is happens to be close to us. One of our neighboring schools here at Opelika is Auburn High School, and I have Auburn on the podium on the stage now, and I'd like to bring up the head coach of Auburn High School. His name is Coach Adam Weingarten. Coach Weingarten is in his 3rd year, about to start his 3rd season as the head coach. Is it 4th? Yeah, he finished his 3rd season, about to start his 4th year. Sorry about that, Coach. And Coach Adam couldn't find Southern Union, so I had to make sure he got here. That's the inside joke. So I threw you under the bus, Coach. But anyway, Coach Weingarten's teams have made the playoffs in all 8 years that he's been a head coach at Hillcrest, Tuscaloosa, and Fairhope. The Tigers were finished 2nd last year in the Region 2 and 7A, finishing 10-2, losing to Central in the playoffs. And I bring up a good friend of mine and the head coach at Auburn High School, Coach Adam Weingarten. Thank you, Coach.
Just to clarify, the text message he said there would be signs everywhere and a big truck. So I was expecting like the carnival. I was going to show up and it would be pretty obvious, and that just didn't happen. So, but it was good. We were good. We're all here. First of all, just thank you guys for putting on this event. I know in previous places that I've been blessed to be a part of. We've had media days, and it's been fantastic for all the schools. It's always helped bring a lot of excitement to the game, and you know, especially in a town, the area we're in, with Auburn being so close, a lot of times people coincide football season when the college season starts. When you know the football season for the fall really is kicking off a few weeks earlier when all the local high schools get a chance to play. And high school football, I think, is just one of the heartbeats of America, because it gives everybody in the community something to rally behind and a team to cheer for and certain colors to put on that gives them a sense of pride in their community. So, and every year to have a chance to be a part of that is really, really exciting, and really excited about our team and what we're looking forward to this season. It's been every year, I think, is a new journey, and it all starts over. And I don't think any past success equals future success. Now, I do think it's important
the longer you're in a program, the expectations that are instilled in the players, hopefully those carry over year to year. But every year you have different players that you're trying to gel a different group together. And, just because sometimes you have, you could be on a team that you have, this never doesn't happen, but if say you could be on a team that you had all the starters back from the year before, and the process is still going to start over. It's a year later. The people grow differently mentally and physically, and we're dealing with high school kids. So a lot of things change in a lot of areas from a mental standpoint from year to year. So they're starting the process over, the team gelling, everybody understand their roles on a team, not just understand the role, but wanting to excel in the role. So every piece of the puzzle can help us all be successful. And football is an ultimate team game. Where you have 11 men that are ultimately just trying to advance the field, and 11 men that are trying to defend the field in its simplest form. So. Take this one off. You got me? This summer, we've done percentages of the past of our attendance, and typically if you have a high attendance in the summer and you have really good participation and high percentages, that usually you have a chance to be a really good team. And we did the stats in the month of June. It was the highest month of June we've ever had with perfect attendance of players at practice, at summer practices. And that includes guys that are also involved in other sports, that have travel games and things that are legitimate reasons why they may not be able to make one or two workouts. So we've had great attendance, we've had great commitment, and I think our team has really worked hard. It's going to be an interesting season. We're excited about it. We do feel like we have good players that can fill the roles of our football team, but we're also going to be very young, just like every team. I'm sure every coach y'all have talked to this week have said, we're young, right? We're really young, and we got all these guys that you got to replace, and that's the common thing everybody says. And typically every year each high school team is going to replace usually 5 to 6 starters on each side of the football, and that's pretty typical. Very rarely do you have to replace or have more than that coming back. If you do, that's kind of a rarity. Usually if you have more than that coming back, then maybe you weren't as successful the year before because you had to play a lot of young guys. So we're probably pretty typical of most teams. We have a lot of guys. We'll have 5 or so new faces on offense or defense that'll be starting. Some of those guys are going to be 10th graders, so they're going to have to mature quick and be able to perform at a high level fast. And we all know that Auburn is a very large school. We play in the highest level football in the state, so they're going to have to grow up really quick. But we're excited about the process. I'm excited about where our mindset is, and we're ready to get the journey started. So I guess I'll open up for questions.
All right, we'll start back here.
Just starting out, Coach, how many seniors do you have on this year's team?
We have 33.
33. So what's it like, you said you're going to have 10th graders start, but what's it like to have that nucleus of at least those guys coming back? They've been there before, and even if they're not playing necessarily, they're still the leaders of that team. Right.
I think usually in a 7A program or a school our size, the 30 range is pretty typical, 25 to 30 range. And I think the challenge every year, if you do the math, right now we're right about 115 on the roster, but you have 22 starting positions on a team, so there's going to be a lot of guys that are trying to find their place where they kind of fit. And we gave the analogy to our guys, back at this a few weeks ago, we were off on our leadership trip, was, every year a team is like putting together a puzzle, all right? And when you finish it, the puzzle picture can look really pretty. We don't want any pieces that left out. We want everybody to find their spot on the team, but within that process, there are some pieces that are going to fit really quick. There are some guys that you're going to know where they fit fast. Like we have Griffin here. We know he's going to be our quarterback. We have Mahmoud here. We know what kind of player he is and where he's going to fit on defense. We have Callie that's a returner starter at corner and return kicks. The guys like this, we know really quick, what they're going to be to do for our team. But the great teams, they have guys that can contribute beyond the 22.
you know, in certain different roles. It could be on special teams. It could be just a personnel package player that comes in to be a lead blocker, or it may just be a guy that ends up being the best teammate in the locker room. You know, everybody has a piece of the puzzle, and it's just a matter of placing all the players in the right spot. So I think that's the challenge, and I think every year is a journey, and nobody has those answers on game one. I think that's a process that goes until the end of the season.
You said it's important not to focus on the success that you had last year. How do you also not focus on sometimes the times that you didn't do so well, like, you know, losing to Central? How do you not let that carry over into this year? Obviously, you want it to serve as a chip, but how do you also forget the bad, not just the good?
Well, you know, I think results are important because results give you what you need to do in the future, as far as things you need to improve on. Just like if you're running a business, you're going to set your yearly goals based off of weaknesses. So I think we look at those things as an evaluation, but it's not a reflection of who we are as a program or who our players are or who our coaches are. It's a game, and our goal is to seek excellence every day. So, you know, our goal is to compete at the highest level. So if the goal is to seek excellence, that means on the field we're competing for championships. That means if we're in the classroom and you're a C student, you need to be a B student. That means if you're at home and you've struggled being the right kind of son you need to be and behave and follow directions, then you need to improve in those things. That means in the community, you're going to seek excellence and represent our school and your family the right way. That's what we're looking to do, but our purpose is using football to help us grow up as people. You know, so at the end of every season, you know, as a coaching staff, we're looking at two things. One, are our players leaving better prepared for the real world by playing for us? Okay, do we feel like that each player is walking across the stage of the banquet with some skills that's different from just being a regular student? All right, and the second thing is this: did we maximize our team's potential? Okay, so whatever that may be, you know, you can look across the state. Some of the best jobs teams have done and players have done is a 6-5 team. You know, that's not a direct reflection. It's because they didn't have success in the games. So for us, it's just about seeking excellence. So, you know, what happened last year, whether it was winning ball games or losing a close game or whatever, that really has zero to do with anything we're doing now in the future. This is about their journey and what's going on now.
As usual, there are players left that you have to replace. Can you talk about some of the new guys that will be moving into the lineup?
Yeah. Well, I think the big question is who touches the ball every play, because usually that's the guy that has the biggest impact on the game. You know, so you know Brooks Fuller has started for us for 2 years. You know, Griffin Speaks will be our quarterback this year. He was our backup quarterback last year, but he also played free safety and started every game for us at free safety. You know, we knew last year that, you know, if anything was to happen and he would have became our quarterback last year, we felt like it wouldn't have been, you know, sometimes if you have to put the backup in, people say, well, we'll be fine. Our mindset wasn't we're going to be fine. Our mindset is we're going to be great. You know, if he's in there, we're going to be fantastic. If Brooks is in there, we're going to be fantastic. So we're really excited about him. He's a different style of player, where Brooks is more pro style. Griffin can really stretch the field with his legs and throws the football really well. It's more dual threat. And plus, he's played in the secondary, so he has a general understanding of defensive play coming to the offense side of the ball. And he's played quarterback his whole life. So he's a winner. Plays baseballs on the state championship baseball team, has a lot of respect from his teammates. So we're excited about him, you know, maximizing this year and just having a great time playing back there and leading our team. So I think that's probably one of the big ones. You know, we graduated several receivers last year. They got a chance. They did really well with, you know, Jamarcus Knight and those guys and Garrett Jones. And so, you know, we'll have some new faces on the perimeter. But some of those guys did get to play last year, just didn't get to play a ton of snaps. They do have varsity experience. So, you know, LaCorius Williams, that's tall and rangy, that we feel like can go and play the ball. Tommy Naismith played a lot for us last year. He had a injury about mid-year that kind of kept him out for some time, so he'll be back, and expect a lot of good things out of him. Then you have Justin Brooks, he's been our point guard in basketball team. He's come out for football and has had a really good summer, and I think he'll have a chance to have a really good year. And you know, so you have
Kimball Napier and Billy Meadows, and you have some guys that will move from defense to offense. Mari Porter will play some offense. Callie will play some offense. So we'll have some mix of some guys that'll come over there and play on the perimeter receiver. And in the backfield, we return a lot of the guys that played last year in the backfield. So, from an H-back standpoint, Paxton Gordon, who played a lot for us in JV, he'll kind of fill that role. And Paxton's a tough, hard-nosed kid. But from a running back standpoint, we returned pretty much all those guys. So, we lost Garrett, but we had a lot of guys play last year because Garrett got hurt. So, Jay Walker's back, Josh Norris, Aaron Diggs, who plays linebacker too, can play back there. Cam Ingram, a young man, will be a 10th grader. So we feel good about the running back spot.
Sounds like you have a good mixture of returning players with some new players.
Yeah, we do. We feel good about that. I mean, but it's the same thing. It's how do they gel and play together? And a lot of those guys that we'll talk about, I'm sure today, are sophomores. So you have a big mix from it's a little untypical at a school our size to have such a mix of sophomores, juniors, and seniors that we feel like will play. And one unique thing is for us is we don't get those 9th graders until they get into the summer because they're at our junior high school. So for them to be with the other guys daily doesn't really happen until the summer. So them working together, learn how to gel together has to happen much quicker for us. So in every season, there's going to be some games, there's going to be some times in a game, or it could be in practice or whatever. You're going to go through some difficulties. That's just part of football. So it's kind of how are we going to respond when we go through those times? How are we going to gel together? How consistent can we be from a mentality standpoint to improve each day? I think all those things are going to be really key.
Listen to Auburn High School Coach Adam Weingarten. We have some more questions.
Hi, Coach.
Hey, what's up?
You talked a little bit about Griffin, but could you speak about who else you brought with you, Callie and Mahmoud?
Yeah. Well, Mahmoud has played for us a ton. As I was a sophomore, he was a starter for us early in the year, had an injury, then came back and was more of a rush specialist for the last part of the year. Mahmoud's probably the most explosive players at the edge I've ever had or coached in my entire career. He'll be a little bit different position this year. We'll move him around a little bit more than what he's done in the past. Remember last year he was more, he's primarily a defensive end type player. But if you followed him at all, you would know that he's highly recruited and that type thing. So, but we're expecting a big year out of him and him to perform at a high level and be an impact player. So, we have Callie Chiswick. Callie led our team in interceptions last year at corner. Callie can do a lot of things for us. He's really dynamic. I think Callie is probably one of the best competitors I've been around in a long time. He loves to compete, and he's not going to back down from any type of challenge, no matter what it is. So, but he can do a lot of things for us. He can play corner. He can play safety. If we put him at receiver, I feel like he's probably one of our best route runners. We put him at receiver. He's going to return kicks. So he's going to be all over the field. So he needs to be like a video game. He's got to be like Tecmo Bowl. All right. You got to hit the buttons, all right? But he's a really good football player, and all three of these guys have a chance, I think, to have really good years for us. But we have other guys too that have a chance as well. So they're going to be a big piece of the puzzle for sure.
Can we get some of the players up there?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Who y'all want?
Just one at a time.
Let's just start. Come on, bro.
Can you give us your first and last name and position?
All right. I'm Griffin Speaks, and I play quarterback this year.
All right, Griffin, what are some of the team goals this year that's been talked about?
Well, some of the team goals, we went on a senior trip this past weekend, and amongst the seniors, we established that we just want to be a very dominant team that is great and really close to each other. But something that we've been key about and our coaches have really been pouring into us is relationships. And so we've been forming a lot of relationships. We've been trying to go out of our ways to, as you know, in our team at such a big school, we got a lot of kids. So really just going out of your way and forming relationships, because on the field it's night and day when you're playing for each other instead of just playing for yourself. So we've really been trying to form relationships that we're not really that we don't know some of the kids. But some other team goals, we've really just been trying to focus on ourselves and not really focus on anybody else, because we feel like when we play our game that we have a really good chance. So each and every day we've just been coming to workouts in the morning, and I feel like we have a lot of players that are really eager and ready to learn. So it's been fun competing against each other and stuff, because we're all eager and ready to play.
How do you feel about taking on this new role, and maybe what's something you learned from Brooks from last year?
I'm really excited about it. I had a great time at safety last year with the secondary and the defense playing over there. It was a lot of fun. But this year at quarterback, I'm really excited. It's going to be a lot of fun. Me and Brooks are good buddies. We played baseball together, and we've always hung out a little bit. So he's giving me some advice just to stay cool, keep your poise, and just always try and be a good influence to kids, because whether you like it or not, you're the quarterback, and people are going to look at you when times aren't necessarily going right. So it's been good to have him to whisper in my ear every once in a while on what I need to do. So that's been really helpful.
Coach mentioned this a few times. He said, how are we going to gel together? How have you guys gelled together so far?
I feel like so far we've been gelling together pretty good. This summer's been really nice. We've had a lot in the past. We've had a lot of players go do this, go do that with other sports and stuff, but I feel like we've had a lot, like Coach said, the attendance rate, it's been really high. So that's been really good. But just with the team chemistry, it goes back to relationships. The closer we've gotten, it's really helped. Like it's been night and day. Just the chemistry and the way we play together has just really been better based off the relationships we've been forming, and they can only get better and stronger throughout the season. So that's been really key.
Winning a state title in baseball, how does that motivate you to do the same for the football program?
Well, winning state in baseball was awesome, and after we won, my coach was there supporting us, and I remember just shaking his hand, and I had the feeling inside of me. It was one of the best feelings I've experienced, and I was just feeling that we gotta do this for the football team, and that's always been our goal. Every day, like Coach says, we've been seeking excellence in everything we do, not just on the football field, but on the football field, seeking excellence at this level is a state championship. So state has definitely been on our mind, and we've been doing whatever we can to get there. So we're really looking forward to it.
Your time at DB, how is that going to help you at quarterback in terms of reads and everything else?
At DB, I feel like at safety, it's really going to, at quarterback this year, it's really going to help me based off playing safety last year. I never played safety before, but so I learned a lot more than I thought I would. But I feel like it's really going to help me just based off the coverages, and I know what safeties are looking at. Like when we be preparing for teams and stuff, Coach would teach us to look at the tendencies of the quarterbacks and the running backs and the receivers. So I'm going to have an idea of what the safeties are looking at in me. So, and I know what the safeties are looking at in the receivers. So I feel like that's really going to help me just as a quarterback, just know what the defense and the safeties are looking for. So hopefully I can throw them off sometimes.
All right, let's get a different player up here. Yeah. Mahmoud?
How you doing?
Pretty good. Talk a little bit about what you're looking at for this season, your approach for this coming year.
My approach for this upcoming year is just to get close with my teammates before we obviously go our separate ways. I just want to build my relationships with them, and become closer as a team so that we can achieve our ultimate goal at the end.
How well is that going in terms of the off-season workouts and getting ready to ramp it up for fall practice?
I think everything is going well. We're working hard as a team. Everyone's doing their job the way they're supposed to be. As Coach stated, we had a great attendance rate in June, so I feel like overall as a team we're doing great.
Sorry if I missed it. What year are you in school?
I'm about to be a senior.
About to be a senior.
Yes,
so
sir.
obviously Coach Weingartner, 4 years now. You've grown up with him from 9th grade to 12th grade.
Yes,
What's
sir.
it been like to have the same coach? Because we've seen other schools, they replace them every so often, but you've had the same one from 9th all the way through 12th. What's it like to have that continuity?
I mean, I feel like it's been good because I know what he expects of us, and I know what can go and what can't go. And basically, it helps me by knowing the defense. Defense doesn't change every year, so each year we can add some more stuff because we're comfortable with it because we haven't had to change year in and year out. So at the end of the day, when we get to senior year, everyone's comfortable everyone who's been playing is comfortable with what they're doing because we've been doing it the whole time since because we've had the same coach.
For you going into your senior season and not having committed yet, looking at Power 5 schools, what are some of the personal goals you've set for yourself?
Personal goals. I mean, I just want to be a good leader and a good teammate to my little teammates. You know, I've known a lot of my older teammates for a long time. Like me and Griffin, we were on the same rec ball team in like 6th grade. He was my quarterback. I played running back. So those are relationships that are already established. Me and Callie have been friends since a long time. So those are relationships that I've established from a long time ago. But I just want to, you know, make sure that all my younger teammates know that I'm always there for them, and whatever they need, then I can supply for them.
All right, next.
Oh, I got you. Mahmoud Diabate, Auburn High School. MOHAMOUD, last name DIABATE.
All right, Callie Chiswick, and I'm playing corner at Auburn High.
Callie, where do you feel the strengths are on this team going into the season?
The strengths, honestly, I feel like defense, us coming back, all of us coming back, and, well, not all of us, we had some people leave, but I feel like me, Mahmoud, and the linebacking core is pretty strong. And I feel like the 10th graders have, honestly, a really good chance to help us this year, help us out on whatever we're doing. Because there's some really, like, young, hungry guys that are ready to learn every single day they come in. So really, the defense and the offense, I know the offense, the receivers got a new group of guys in there too, and they're all hungry. Tom Neesmith, he's lighting it up so far, so Lacorius, all of them. So yeah, really just honestly with the experience that we have played already, I think linebackers, receivers, I think we're all good.
It kind of seems like you guys are a tight-knit group just from what you talked about and what Coach Weingarten said with the attendance this summer. Talk to me about the chemistry on this team and how that's maybe helped in the past success.
Oh, yeah. The chemistry is awesome. Like, I feel like when we all come to work, we all come and we all cut up with each other like we're brothers. I know you go out there and you hear me, I'm going to be talking trash to everyone. Me and Mahmoud cut up. I can't even tell you. We talk so much during practice, but we all compete with each other, and I feel like that really gels us together a lot. Because I feel like without us competing out there, we're not gonna. There's no way we can get closer throughout the summer because that really helps us, like with our football relationship. So, yeah.
Coach said you guys are going to need to learn and grow up in a hurry. We're in Opelika. It's a team you're playing right at the start of the season almost. What does that mean for you guys, knowing that you have such a big task so early on in the season with a lot of young guys on the team?
Yes, sir. Bottom line, with the young guys, I feel like the first game, they're just going to have to learn and see what it's like and honestly go out there, and it's going to be quick for them. They're going to have to grow up after the first game. But I feel like once they get the experience, they're going to be all right. So.
Well, Callie, you're one of the few returning DBs. You know, I know Griffin going over to quarterback, Avery Atkins is gone, and, of course, you know, you got Mari's probably going to be stepping up next across the field from you. But, you know, as that senior leader in the DB corps, you know, what do you have to really do to really lead these other guys that are having to step up?
I feel like I just got to set an example for them, you know. Like, there's so many young guys at DB. I don't even know how, you know, I don't know how. There's so many young guys, and I feel like establishing, like, a relationship with them when they're all looking up to, like, what you're doing all the time. And, like, because I know when I was younger, I was, like, seeing what the older kids were doing. Like, what am I going to be like when I grow up? You know what I mean? So I feel like just establishing an example and, like, showing them, like, coming to workouts every day, cutting up with all of them, but doing the right thing, like, when it's time to go. So.
Well, same like Griffin, you know, coming off the state championship with baseball, you know, how do you carry over that experience, you know, winning it all in baseball, carrying that over to the football field?
I think it's like a winning culture type thing. You know what I mean? Like, really, you get that winning feeling, and you feel like you gotta get it for football. You know what I mean? So I feel like it's made me and Griffin more hungry, and we want to, because we felt what it was like to win that. So I can't even imagine.
Well, I know you got a great amount of coaches out there, a lot of experience, but I know you got a little coaching experience back at home. You know,
yes, sir. Yeah.
What's your dad been telling you? You know, going into your senior year, how to really appreciate what you have coming up.
Really, just enjoy it. And he has told me multiple times, like, just enjoy whatever you're doing, because it'll be over in the blink of an eye. And I mean, I really can see that. Like, I was telling them the other day, I was telling the kids that when we went on the senior trip, like I felt like it was just yesterday when I was on the senior trip and I was going there, and now I'm on the senior trip and I was actually a senior. So really just going through the season and appreciating everything that's handed to us.
This is directed towards Coach. Give me the pros and cons of the new replay rule, in your opinion. Sorry, Cal.
I think it's hard to tell what the pros and cons. I think first of all that our officials try to do a really good job, and I think our officials work really, really hard to run a great game. And I know that there's human error in everything. So, you look on, and there's probably less stress on college NFL guys than probably high school guys because they have a backup plan. They kind of make things right with that, So I think at the end of the day, I think it's going to be really good. I really do. I think there's going to be. I think it's going to help with a lot of things. I think it's going to help with the officials, and I think it's going to take probably some stress off of that. I think it's going to help, in key games when you have certain plays it's hard to see or whatever happens that hopefully you can get it right. But I think it's just going to be like anything else. I think it's going to be a work in progress. I think the first thing is going to be camera angles and how do you have the proper video to see a play happen and all that. So I think it's going to be just like any program, whether it's instant replay or somebody going to a new school or anything. I think it's just going to be kinks. It's going to need to work out in time. But I'm thankful we're getting to do it. I think it's going to be a good thing, and I think it's here to stay. It's not going away. So
have the coaches already met about how many reviews you could use, and will it cost a timeout if you're wrong?
Yeah, I don't know a ton of those rules. I think you get. I haven't really. We had our rules meeting, but that wasn't something we totally discussed, just because it's really up to each school who chooses to do it. So not every school is going to do it. I know we are. So we have 7 home games next year, and so 2 of the schools that we discussed that are away teams, they said they were doing it. So I know for sure out of 9 out of the 10 games we'll have instant replays. So I think it'll be interesting. So, but at the end of the day, I think it's going to be a good thing. I think it's just going to come down to how the technology is going to be the key with it. So people are going to have the proper information to make decisions. But if I remember correctly, I think it's 2 challenges a game. I think that's how it works. And then if you win your challenge, you don't lose it. So like if you said that, I guess, and I don't really know what all is reviewable yet either, so I haven't read through that. But let's say you thought somebody fumbled the ball or whatever, and you won, and you challenged it. Well, you still have 2, but if you didn't, you would lose it, and I guess you'd lose a timeout, I guess. But that's not something I really dug into totally yet.
Well, Coach, we appreciate the time. Good luck this season, and we appreciate all y'all for coming out as well.
Thank you, guys.
And we got one school to go. Glenwood coming up here in just a minute for those listening online and on the radio. We'll be back.
we're back at Southern Union at the 2018 edition of 97.7 Kicker FM High School Football Media Days, presented by Orthopedic Clinic, Gentry Ware, Guthrie's, Watson Brothers, and First South Credit. And it's been a great day today, Jerry, and we're not going to do a segment after this, so I just want to go ahead and tell everybody that we'll be here again tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. We'll be ready for the cold, I think, tomorrow. It's been a wonderful day, and here we go. We're about to introduce Glenwood, and once again, thank you all for listening and tuning in, and we'll see you tomorrow.
We are ready to go. Our last and final coach of the day. A reminder, tomorrow we're going to have Director of the Alabama High School Athletic Association, Steve Savarese. He'll be here to kick things off at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, and we've got another great lineup of schools, so we hope everybody will be back with us. If you're listening online or listening on the radio or watching on Facebook Live and on YouTube, we'll be right back here again tomorrow. Our next coach, Glenwood School, is Jason Gibson, entering his third year as head coach of the Glenwood Gators. He's had quite a run with them, 2 straight playoff appearances, including the semifinals in 2016. And, of course, he also serves as the head coach of the Columbus Lions indoor football team, where he has won 4 championships. Please welcome Jason Gibson and the Glenwood Gators.
Questions? No. Just real quick, thank you guys for having. I think this is a great event. You know, when I heard about it and knew you guys were going to do it, it's really something cool. I think the other coach had touched on about what this means for, you know, what high school football means in the community, what it means in the area, what it means, you know, obviously when high school football season kicks off, it tells you what time of the year it is. So that's a really good thing. I'm excited about this event. I look forward to it getting bigger and bigger every year. Anything you can do to enhance the high school experience for the kids, I'm all for. And that's one of the reasons I took this job 3 years ago. Obviously, I don't need another job, but some of you guys that know me added to my resume. So going on my 3rd year at Glenwood, just signed on this year for 3 more. It's a good spot. It's a great place to be. I thought it was my time to give back. I think, you know, we've got a great team coming forward this year. But one of the reasons that I wanted to take on this venture and be part of Glenwood was to be able to pass on what somebody passed on to me a long time ago, and use my connections with arena football and with my pro connections to help kids get into college. And I think, you know, last year we had 17 seniors and 9 of them signed full football scholarships, everywhere from Power 5s to D3. And I don't think that was expected coming out of Glenwood, and all of a sudden 2 years in a row I've got, you know, 2 Power 5 Division I signees, and we could have another this year. You never know, it's still early. But it's been a good run, and I'm excited for the season to get started, to be honest with you.
All right, we'll start off with Coach Gibson questions.
Yeah, Coach, I was going to ask you a question first. You coach in the Arena League, correct?
Correct.
Give us a little difference of going from Arena to the Glenwood Gators? And
Well,
your team, if you'll say the correct name of the team, because I don't want to say the wrong.
It's Columbus Lions.
That's what I
from
thought.
the National
Okay.
Arena League. Being funny, the main difference is, in a whole week of practice for the Lions, when you got all SEC players, and of course people read the papers, and Jeremy Johnson's and Steve Middles from Ohio State and things like that. You know, if we drop 2 passes a week, it's a shock. When you go to high school, if you catch 2 a week, it's a shock. So that's really the major difference. You know, it is a change of gears. I'm not going to lie. It's tough sometimes. It's refreshing, you know, when you got guys that get paid, and it's a little different because you're there to do a job, and it's still football. So it's still football, but it's fun. It's good for me. I mean, it's a rough life. I used to have hair like you, but when you go, from February to now, and I'm still in season, and it rolls into a high school season, it runs all the way into Thanksgiving. I don't even know what my wife looks like. I told her to send me a picture this morning. I can hear you.
Now it's on. All right. Can you talk a little bit about the offense for this season, who you've got coming back and who's going to be stepping up?
I mean, obviously, beside me is Bryce and Tater. I mean, that's the cornerstone of the offense. I think this year, for AISA, for us to say we're, except for one guy, we're 265, 270 across the board on the O-line. I mean, most 5, 6A schools probably aren't that big. The O-line's the strength of our team. That's all of our seniors. We were laughing off stage a little bit. It's the fewest seniors I've ever had since I've been here. My first year there was 23 seniors. Last year was 17. This year we're looking at maybe 11. But it's going to be a better team. But offensively, the O-line is where it's at, and then it's spearheaded by the second year with Bryce at quarterback, who I feel is probably one of the top quarterbacks in the region. And we were kind of discussing. I don't know a lot about linebackers and not a lot about certain positions and things like that, but I know quarterbacks when I see one, and he's sitting beside me. So it's going to. The offense always dictates. If I've got enough to go 5 wide and I can sling it, that's what I'll do. Last year we figured out about week 5 that we could line up and run counter and power and run it down people's throats and run it 55 times a game. That's what we did. And I think one of the things that makes us a good staff and we have a good program is I'm not stuck into saying, okay, I'm a wing T guy. If you can't run it, you can't play here. Or I'm a run and shoot guy, or I'm a spread option. I'm a score points guy that wins games. And whatever it takes with the talent that you have, you dictate it. But for the most part, it's a pro-style offense. I'm a tight end fullback guy. I believe if you're going to tackle a running back, you need to run through the fullback. And it's kind of worked for us. And last year we had a good fullback. This year we don't have a fullback. So the offense will change a little bit based upon personnel that we have.
How good is it to have a returning quarterback in a situation like that?
Well, it's real good. I mean, we're at a private school, so obviously we got players that come in year to year, and some are there for 2 years, some are there for 3, some are there for 1. And the last 2 years, we've had so many seniors transfer in. It's been a good program. People were excited. I got a lot of seniors transfer, but you only get them for 1 year. You don't get a chance to develop. But now you're starting to see guys like Bryce and Tater and Randy and some of the other guys we have on the team that we actually get to have them for 2 years. One example was Cam O'Neal when he came in the first, and all of a sudden he walks out here as a stud, and he's playing at Pitt and has a chance to start as a freshman. So to be able to have these guys for 2 years and develop that talent is it's great for the program. We're not really looking for seniors to transfer in anymore, and we've turned a bunch down.
Guys that you have at Columbus are already men, most of them very, very grown men, and you're trying to turn these guys into the same thing, right? So how do you use that experience that you have with the players that you coach at Columbus and take that and use it for the guys at Glenwood that are hoping to grow up and become great men?
Well, you know what? And you can ask these guys a question when you get up here. I'm not, I don't mean this in any disrespectful way, but I love football. I love going to practice. I love watching it. I love watching film. I just love football. That's all I need. I don't need to make it fun. I don't need to do rah-rah games. I don't need, for me, the thing about pro football is when it's practice time, we show up, we go to the play, they're there to practice, and it's on. High school, we have to change gears a little bit because there's a motivation factor. But I didn't do it that with Glenwood the first 2 years. I still came in with the same mentality of I'm here to teach you football. And it wasn't about trying to manipulate them to want to love football. If you don't want to love football, don't play. And it was that simple. And so I bring that I think I bring that professionalism mentality even to practice. We're on, the way we practice for high schools, probably unorthodox for most high schools. I mean, we're on off the field 90 minutes. We were conditioned once. Well, they got in trouble one time, so they conditioned for that. But we don't condition because I run the practice like I run an arena practice. It is fast-paced. Once that clock starts, you go, and we get in and get our work done and get out. And I treat them like that. So I treat them like men. I don't change my mentality to treat them like they're boys. They're not boys. And if you expect that from them, they'll respond.
Talk a little bit about the defensive side of the ball and what you've got coming back this year.
We're linebacker strong. It starts with Randy beside us. We wound up putting Randy in last year, I think against Morgan, out of necessity. I think he gets in a linebacker and separates the guy's shoulder. First play like a missile, and we're all looking at each other like, we're terrible coaches. We should have seen this a long time ago. But from a linebacker standpoint, I would put those 4 that we have up against anybody in the AISA. But we're thin on the D-line. We lost Kelsey Allen, which was huge. In the defensive backfield, we lost a lot of DBs. So we're real thin on both sides of the ball. And the defense, there's going to be a lot of young guys, a lot of juniors this year. But it'll start in the middle. I believe in football, like anything else, if you're strong down the middle of the field, you're fine. And we're strong at quarterback. We're strong at linebacker. And we just got to, figure out the secondary. But linebackers is definitely our strength on defense.
All right, let's talk to some of the guys here.
Sure.
Who's going to step right up? Who's first? All right. And since you're not on the list, go ahead and introduce yourself.
Tater Trespass, Glenwood.
All righty. Can you go ahead and spell it too?
TRZPUC. That's my last name.
All right. From what you've seen so far this with workouts and everything else, what's the best thing you've seen so far?
We take everybody accountable for what they need to be and what they need to do. We're a lot more of a team this year than we were last year. We're more about the team than we are us and trying to get to college. And if you really think about that, then we'll be disciplined next year and everything will be good.
What's the biggest thing you've learned from Coach Gibson's approach?
Be a beast on the field and be disciplined. Practice like you play. So come to practice every day like you are trying to earn a check, honestly.
Maybe it's a well-kept secret or it's not, but he can be pretty funny sometimes, especially off camera with us. How is he, when you guys are on the field or when you guys are in the locker room just hanging out, normal day-to-day stuff?
In the locker room, we're all funny and we're all fun in games, but as soon as we cross the white line, it's all business. We get in, we get out. We practice as hard as we can, and that's the job.
Obviously, it is business on the field, but do you have any funny stories about Coach Gibson?
Oh, yeah.
In that respect?
I think we were putting on pads, so fall camp last year, and we were trying to find a punter. And so I was like, I kept bugging him every day. I was like, Coach, let me try and punt, let me try and punt. And I finally punted the ball, and I punted it pretty far. And he said, well, I hit a free throw once. And so he said he made me do it 10 more times, and I did it every time. And that was one of the best moments, funniest moments.
It's pretty great.
Yeah, it was.
Next guy up.
Randy Bell, middle linebacker, Glenwood. R-A-N-D-Y, first name, last name, B-E-L-L.
All right, Randy, to follow that up, do you have any moments that you'd like to share from your time with Coach Gibson?
Well, senior print this year, and it kind of started last year. We started calling him Mr. Clean, because of his bald head. Yeah, and that's basically it.
All right. How have things been falling together for you guys, team-wise, going into the fall practices?
Well, every year we always get new guys, so we always have to end up gelling together in order to be that good team, that perfect team that we need to be in order to get to our main goal, which is Troy or bust. And this year, that's our goal, is Troy.
What have you seen? What's the thing you've liked that you've seen that you like the most so far?
We have good leaders, most definitely. We have good leaders who take the young guys under their wing. We teach them the in and outs of our practices, and when we work out, and the respect of the G.
You guys have a pretty tough schedule coming up. You're going to be opening up with a game in a neutral site, and you're also going to be playing a team from Mississippi, also at a neutral site.
Yes, sir.
How exciting is it to have a schedule like that?
Well, we earned it. We earned it from our history of just being that hard-nosed team. We also have having teams who don't want to play us because we end up blowing them out. At the end of the game, it's 56-0. And so, I feel like we've earned that. We've earned that tough schedule, so we just got to keep stepping up to the plate and showing people who we are.
You're starting off with one of those tough games. How big is it to start off with a game like that?
Well, for the past two to 3 years, we've been losing to this team. So this year is most definitely going to be different.
Football is a way, obviously, to have your education paid for if you go to the next level. Coach said that's a part of what he does, is making sure that you guys have the best chance to get there, and even if it's a Power 5 school. What's it like to have a coach like that who's focused not only on winning, obviously, in high school, but also getting you to that next level and better preparing yourself for the world?
Thankful. I'm truly thankful for Coach Gibson for putting his time away from his family to allowing us to turn us into these great young men, so we can also to also be who we have to be for our families upcoming, and when he does attract these coaches. So when he brings these coaches to the school, we also have to do our part to be respectful as young men and show them the young men who he's teaching us to be.
Actually, for Bryce. All right, you can step up. Well, Bryce, you're going into your second year as the starter for Glenwood. I know you guys have people transferring in, but I know this is not just your second year as a starter. This is your second year with Glenwood in general, with same with Nathaniel Tater over here. What's the transition been like for you from first day on campus to now stepping into your second year?
Like first day, I was like kind of nervous. Didn't really know the guys, so when I stepped into because quarterback's supposed to be the leader, and I was like kind of shying up to that. And it took me a good bit. Coach Gibson always got on to me about it, talking about it, and I guess a little bit past halfway through the season, I started turning in more of the leader on the offensive side. And then this year, I'm feeling way more comfortable. I feel like I can control the offense. I can lead the team where we need to get, where we need to be. We want to get to the state championship this year, and I feel like our team last year, we weren't really much of a team. We didn't have much leadership, so that's what made us fall at the end.
Well, I know you're also going to be replacing a few pieces across the offense. Kayleen Bonds at running back, and you got Cameron O'Neal at receiver. What's it been like trying to transition and incorporate some of these new pieces into the offense?
Yeah, I gotta get used to it because I had the Cam O'Neal is going to Pitt, and of course everybody knows who that is, and then Kayleen Bonds, and he just running down your throat. Great running back. Always want to have a good running back in the backfield. So everybody knows you ain't gonna throw the whole time when you got a good running back. So we have a few guys that are coming in at running back. Just getting a new guy that's apparently really fast. We got Mason. He's going to be a good guy. He came in and played a little bit last year, but he's going to be a starter this year. And then we got a few other guys that I got to get used to, like Trevor Crisco and such as that.
Well, I know outside of football, you've had that experience with the baseball team going all the way to the state. What kind of experience do you bring over from that kind of success back onto the football field?
Well, we lost that game.
Yeah.
I don't like to think about that much, but it's going to the state championship. It's great having that feeling. I know we're gonna get better this year and that, but I want to take it this far in football because there's no better feeling than playing in a state championship game, and we lost, so I don't want to lose again in another one. So I'm hoping to get there and we win one in football and baseball.
Thank you. Hey, Nathaniel, can I get you back up here real quick? So first and foremost, I got to ask, where did Tater come from?
My granddad, well, my pop. I really like the movie Cars, and my favorite character was Mater. So if you take Nathaniel and put Nader with him instead of an M and an N, then it went Nader Tater, and they just stuck with Tater.
Well, same question with Bryce. Stepping into your second year with Glenwood as that starter up on the offensive line, what do you kind of bring as far as an experience-wise to the rest of the offense?
Just being more confident in my play and being able to trust my other linemen and being able to protect Bryce and have Bryce trust us because it is our second year together, and he knows I got his backside no matter what, and just being more confident with each other.
Well, I also know Thomas Camacho just graduated, so any plans to try and step in as kicker?
I do what I do for the team.
All right, good luck to Glenwood, and Coach Gibson, good luck to you as well as you head into the remainder of the Arena football season. We'll be back here tomorrow on 97.7 Kicker FM, those listening online and also those watching on YouTube. Don't forget, we'll start out at 8 o'clock with Coach Steve Savarese at Alabama High School Athletic Association. Thank you all for coming.